Hello, everyone, and welcome back. As always, I'm your girl, Candy Washington. So, before we dive into today's episode, which is a fun pop culture Bravo TV catch up on all things Vanderpump Rules, Nene versus Porsha, the latest with Kate Middleton. This is the first and probably only time I will be talking about her, but I wanted to just share what's going on with her since it's been such a pop culture topic. And then we'll also talk about Kyle versus Dorit and what's going on with the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. So, as always, before we dive in, go ahead and be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So, with that, oh, and my last little housekeeping thing. As you guys know, if you've been a Candy Cane for a while, during the winter, colder months, I usually get really sick a lot. So I've been gone because I just have problems with breathing and my energy and respiratory issues. If you're a Candy Cane, you know that that happens to me quite often during this time of the year. So if I'm breathing heavy or have to take breaks during the live, that is why. If I haven't been around the last week or so, that's why. So I am doing my best and I'm going to do as much tonight as I can. Okay, so with that, let's dive right on in. So, first up, Kate Middleton. So, this is the first time that we have talked about the royal family on the channel. So, just a quick little recap. She basically said in the beginning of January, hey guys, look, I'm going into surgery for a planned abdominal surgery. I'm going to take time to recoup and recover. I'll be back to royal duties, AKA the public, around, Easter time. Everybody in the world lost their damn mind and was like, where is she? She hasn't been seen. This isn't like the royal family. Because don't forget, it's not like an average normal family or even like celebrity being like, I'm going to take, 3 months off, because literally they are born, they're bred, they are this is their job, is to make these public appearances, to be seen, to be in the news and all of that stuff. As we know, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle stepped back from royal duties, meaning they didn't have to do all of the pomps and circumstance and everything else. But as we know, King or Prince William and Princess Kate are basically in line to take over the throne. King Charles, unfortunately, has pancreatic cancer. So there's been so many conspiracy theories from, is Kate dead? Are they cloning her? Was William having an affair with Rose Hanbury? Did she get pregnant and now she's having his baby and Kate Middleton lost her mind? She's in mental care facilities. Does she have an ED, disordered eating? Is that what's going on here? There's been so much speculation. I have been down that rabbit hole. I have been all with the conspiracies and everything else. So, and don't forget also, they were coming out with these like doctored, photoshopped videos and, Mother Day photos of allegedly Kate with the kids. And it was just a hot mess because clearly that image was photoshopped. It basically took her face from the Vogue magazine cover she did, and then it copied and pasted and chopped it up and photoshopped it all the way up with the kids. So that was a fake photo that got debunked. They then had Prince William and Kate allegedly shopping at some farmer's market, and she's happy and all of this, that, and the third. That woman looked nothing like Kate. We did the still, the face was totally different. Kate is very, very thin, but this woman was thin in a different way than Kate. She didn't walk the way she did. She was actually taller than Kate. So that also was like a fake video that was over on TMZ. So that just sort of added fuel to the fire when it came to the conspiracy theories around, where is Kate? Is she no longer with us? Was there some sort of scuffle? Was there abuse? Was there infidelity? Was there an outside baby? Like, what the hell is going on? So she finally spoke out today, and we have the video, and she talks about what is actually going on with her. So let's watch the video. Then I'll read the article from People Magazine, and then we'll talk about, do we think this is the truth? Do we think this is the truth? Is this real or not? So let's watch the video and then we'll get into the article.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte, and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body, and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support, and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space, and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Okay, so first off, sending love and healing and positive energy and vibe to Princess Kate, to her children, to the whole family, to all of that stuff. I feel terrible for her. Heart goes out to her. Now, after her announcement that she has cancer, and this is the first time I've talked about her publicly, this will probably be the last time, because when it comes to that, I just want to honor her diagnosis and what she has going on. And I personally do believe her. I do think this is the truth. I don't think this video was AI generated. I don't think this particular video was photoshopped or fake. I think that this one is real. The past videos, I think that was a Kate Middleton double. I don't think that was actually her. The Mother's Day photo, that was already debunked as being photoshopped. But I do think that this is genuine, and I do think that this is real. With that being said, I think that multiple things can be true at the same time. Do I believe the rumors about Prince William having an affair with Rose Hansberry? In my personal opinion, again, all of this is for entertainment only, opinion-based, allegedly. Do I think he still is having an affair with her? Maybe, maybe not. Do I think he did? Yes. Because those rumors go all the way back to 2019. From like 4 or 5 years ago, there have been blind items about Prince William and Rose Hansberry. Rose Hansberry, she's sort of like a UK socialite. She's married to another like royal, like all of that stuff. She's like a model. She's one of Kate's really good friends. Well, at least they used to be good friends. I don't know where they stand right now. Like, if you're having an affair with my man, you're no longer my friend, but whatever the case is. So I do think that there is probably some truth to that. I don't think that Rose was pregnant with William's child, and that's why Kate had a mental breakdown. I don't think that. I don't think that. Does Kate Middleton have disordered eating, which has been a rumor going around there? I have my thoughts on that, but I think out of respect, I'm not going to say what my thoughts are on that, because that's not a line I want to cross publicly, because that's such a personal thing. If we learn nothing about esophagus gate and people's body images, I'm just saying it because it is a public rumor that is out there. I'm going to refrain from saying what I think is going on with her when it comes to that. Now, there's also been a little bit of not necessarily backlash, but the question of what type of cancer does she have? I think that she has every right not to disclose the type of cancer she has. However, I think that if you are a woman, it's pretty obvious what type of cancer she has. I have my thoughts on what type of cancer she has. I'm not going to say what I think it is because, again, I don't want that karma coming back to me. I don't want that juju out there. I don't want to comment on what type of cancer does somebody have. That's pretty dark and morbid. But I do have my thoughts on what I think it is, just given the context clues and everything we already know about what she put out there. It's not that hard to figure out what kind of cancer she has. So with that, I just wanted to talk about it because it's been such a pop culture phenomenon. You go on TikTok, everyone's talking about it. It's totally all of these things. In my opinion, I do believe in conspiracy, but I also believe in sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. And I do believe her. I don't think she's hiding something deeper and darker. I don't think that this is some other big cover up. I do believe what she said is true. And that's where I'm going to leave it, given that I do think that what she is saying true and it is a cancer diagnosis. I'm going to leave it there. But I want to know what you guys think about this. Like, have you been following it? You know, Kate Gate, where has she been? What conspiracy theories did you hear? What did you believe? And do you believe her? Or do you think this was AI generated, like some people are saying? You know, do you think it's a bigger cover up? Again, I think multiple things can be true. I think what she is saying is true. But I also do think William was stepping out. I do think that there has been marital issues. I do think there may be some other things going on. Do I think she had a mental breakdown? No. Do I think she's been in psych wards? No. That stuff, I don't believe. I think that she has a maybe unfortunately normal marriage where unfortunately it has been so normalized and common for a spouse to cheat. I think the majority of people, unfortunately, have been cheated on. So do I think William has stepped out on her? Yeah. Do I think she had a mental breakdown because of it? No. So that's kind of where I'm going to leave it with that. But I want to know what you guys think. And I hope she is doing well. I'm sending lots of love, lots of well wishes, and I'm going to respect her and give her privacy, time, and space. First time talking about it publicly, most likely my last time talking about it publicly, but I want to know what you guys think, so leave it down below. So next up, let's talk about Porsha versus Nene. Dun, 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 dun. I have a hot take on this situation. So for those of you who may not know, Porsha is returning for it's either season 13 or 16 or something like that. She's returning for the upcoming new season of Real Housewives of Atlanta. As we know, Tanya, I think her name is, or Sonia, whatever her name is, the Olympian, she was so boring. I don't even know what her name is, but she's not coming back. We know that Kandi Burruss is taking a pause. She says that she was asked back to the show, but she has decided not to come back. And I believe Phaedra is coming back. I believe, correct me on that if I'm wrong. Phaedra's been so booked and busy with Married to Medicine and The Traitors. I'm not sure if she's coming back to Rower or not. So check me on that, but I think she is. But we do know that Porsha's coming back, you know, and we also know we have a couple of new peaches coming. Kenya will be back as well. We also know that Marlo is also not coming back. There had been speculation about whether or not Nene was going to be asked back. I always said when hell freezes over, will Bravo or NBC or Andy Cohen give Nene another chance to be on one of their shows. I just don't see that happening at all. And as far as we know, Nene's not coming back. Now, I want to keep that in mind when we dive into this alleged beef between Nene and Porsha. And then I'm going to tell you what I think is really going on. So let's read. This is from Radar Online, and it says leaked. Read Nene leaks text about confronting Porsha Williams about her allegedly refusing to work with her in Upshaws. I have the leaked text, and we'll look at them. Nene Leakes' confrontation with Porsha Williams about allegedly refusing to work with her on the set of The Upshaws is being exposed for all to see. The Real Housewives of Atlanta former co-stars didn't hold back while brawling back and forth in text messages that have since been leaked to Radar Online. As this outlet reported, Leakes accused Williams of trying to sabotage her television career by allegedly telling Netflix producers she couldn't work with Nene due to issues they have after discovering they were set to appear alongside each in the Mike Epps sitcom. Instead of coming to her rower frenemy directly, Williams went behind her back to the show's bosses. In the end, Porsha was replaced with Cynthia Bailey. Leakes and Williams' heated conversation is now making the rounds with screenshot exposing their text war. The ex-Georgia Peach opened the chat by writing, "I am shocked to hear that we have issues and you didn't want to work with me. Wow, just wow." So is she doing a throwback to Ramona? Wow, Bethany, wow, just wow. Now let's see. These are the texts, so I'll read them out loud. Nene then launched into how they've recently gone on double dates with Nyon Silasio, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, and Simon Guobadia, who Williams is currently divorcing. "This is sad," Nene later wrote. "We are Black women that need to work, not stopping each other from working." Porsha immediately responded by accusing Leakes of failing to reach out to her after she filed for divorce from Simon last month. "And this is your first text? How, who, and how the F do you not check on your little sis?" she replied. Porsha continued by claiming Nene had already taken a side in her breakup with Simon, adding she was good with that. Porsha told Nene that she's shown loyalty time and time again. "I've also shown concern and genuine love during all of your hardships, but I never get it back," she continued. "It's cool, though. When people move differently, so do I." Listen. Let me finish this. And then I also have the video of Nene talking about it herself, too. So Porsha goes on to say that her response didn't sit well with Nene. "You are wrong in every way. You went extremely too far," Nene wrote back. "Nothing you are saying is valid enough to go to her production company and say you don't want to work with Nene because she has issues in the past." Nene concluded by addressing Williams' divorce. "As far as Naomi and Simon are concerned, they have their own relationship and I have nothing to do with that," she told Porsha before the screenshot of the text message cut off. So Naomi is the guy that Nene that's her on again, off again boyfriend. I guess they're on again. Simon Guobadia, as we know, is the big fraud, probably being deported, Fallon's ex-husband that Porsha happily stole. Okay? So let's hear it from Nene's mouth herself. And then I'm going to tell you guys what I think is actually going on with this whole situation. Because I think there's something else going on that they're not actually saying. Okay?
I am shocked to hear that Porsha would go to a production company and say that she doesn't want to work with me because we've had a lot of issues in the past. What lots of issues that we had in the past. Mind you guys, I haven't been a housewife in over 4.5 years, okay? Besides that, as Black women, okay, when you call a Black woman angry, difficult, we've got problems, I can't work with them on set, that is a death trap for a Black woman in the industry. We don't have any issues that we can't work together. We are professionals. We get on set and we work together and do what we got to do. Your issues in the past, if you had to pick a housewife, it certainly wouldn't be with me. It would have been with Kenya. It would have been with Candy. Those were your major issues. We've had petty things. We're on a reality show. So we obviously are going to have some sort of issues, but we've not had anything where we could not work together. I'm sad and disappointed that Porsha would go to any company and say that she's had issues with me and we cannot work together. That is a lie. I text her. So it's not like I'm doing this video, I didn't text her. I text her. And she sent me a text back saying that she's going through her divorce and I didn't reach out to little sis. Are you serious? You and your husband were just happy and smiling in Dubai. I thought you guys were having a fight. And maybe you guys are going to get back together. I don't know what y'all personal business are. I don't want to be nosy, okay? I don't want to invade your privacy. Maybe you need some time. I don't know what you need. I was happy to see her and talk to her and chop it up then. I don't want to pry. Yes, Yanni and Simon are hanging out together, but that has nothing to do with me. I'm not hanging out with Simon. Yanni's hanging out with Simon. I can't change this relationship.
Okay. Nene and Porsha are both actresses, but they ain't good enough to be true actresses to fool me for one hot damn minute that this little feud is real. This is the fakest feud I have heard in my life. This feud to me is very, very similar to what they tried to do at the Real Housewives of Orange County. And let me break it down. Remember how allegedly there was a feud with the Tres Amigas? So the Tres Amigas is Tamra Judge, Shannon Bedore, and Vicky Gumbelson, right? And how all of a sudden, Vicky and Shannon were beefing with Tamra, and they broke up the Tres Amigas, and they were fighting, and it's this big battle back and forth, and blah, 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 and Tamra doesn't want to be with them anymore. I always said that was a fake feud. They were trying to manufacture drama, aka storyline, to get Vicky back full time on the Real Housewives of Orange County. To me, this is the same exact situation. I think that Porsha and Nene have no beef, have no feud. I don't even think this really happened. And I'm going to tell you why I think she's saying it happened too. I think that they're trying to get Nene back on this season of Roa. And I think that they're trying to make it like Porsha and Nene have this huge off-camera feud. You know, Simon and Naomi, they're friends, and Portia's divorcing Simon and blah, 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 blah. And now her and Nene are going at it. I think they're trying to manufacture drama, feuds, and storylines to get Nene back on the show for next season because she clearly hasn't been asked back yet. I can smell a fake feud a mile away, and this screams fake. Number one, why is Nene talking about it now when Nene was the one who got the role and it was Porsha was the one who was recast with Cynthia Bailey? I think Porsha was recast either due to scheduling conflict, maybe contractual conflicts, whether it was an NBC conflict with a Netflix, with scheduling, or something along those lines. And I think the reason why Nene has the green light to talk about what allegedly happened with the Upshaws and Netflix, I think that is nothing but a PR marketing stunt. Because until Nene got on her little TikTok or Instagram or X or whatever the hell she's on, spewing this lie, in my personal opinion, raise your hand if you knew that Nene was on the Upshaws. Raise your hand if you knew the Upshaws, what the Upshaws were. Raise your hand if you watch the Upshaws on Netflix. Raise your hand. Nobody knew. Maybe some people know, maybe some people don't, but I don't think anybody really was checking for Nene and Cynthia Bailey on the Upshaws like that. But do you notice how when she comes out with this, she has a very clear script? The scripted television shows The Upshaws on Netflix. To me, and trust me, I've done a lot of sponsored campaigns in my day, and the brand always gives you certain keywords you have to use. Make sure you say the name of the show. Make sure you say the platform that it's on. Make sure you say it's scripted. You know what I mean? I'm like, girl, you have all your key points to it. Nobody knew this. And there was really no reason to even bring it up because it's not like you lost the job. You got the job, Nene. You're the one on the show with your BFF, Cynthia. You got the job. So why are you talking about this now? Remember, I don't believe in coincidence. I believe in conspiracy. I think the reason why now she's coming out with this alleged story, maybe it's an embellished story, maybe it's completely fabricated. I think a couple of things. Number one, PR and marketing for the show Upshaws. We're all talking about it now. Now we know her and Cynthia are on it. Now we know it's on Netflix, all of this, that, and the third. And also, because of casting for Roa. And as we all know, the girls, and by the girls, I mean all of the girls on all of the franchises, we know this. Prior to filming, they always get together and say, what are we going to talk about? What are the storylines are going to be? What are we going to expose? I think this is Porsha, because I think Porsha and Nene are in a really good place. And I think this is them trying to get Nene cast on the upcoming season. It didn't work when Vicky and Tamara and Shannon tried to do it in the OC, and I don't think it's going to work with Nene for Roa. But that's where I kind of land with this, because the story doesn't make any sense to me. Like, first of all, say what you want to say about Porsha. I don't see why Porsha would say to producers of the Upshaws or Netflix producers, I don't want to work with Nene because we've had issues in the past. That just doesn't make any sense. Like, there was no true beef between Porsha and Nene. And I also don't see Porsha doing that, because I don't see Porsha thinking she had enough power that would ultimately stop her own bag. She might do it on like a Ricky Smiley show, but I don't see her or her team doing that with like a Netflix. You know what I'm saying? Like, she knows who she can kind of stunt on and who she can't stunt on. And I don't see Porsha and her team stunting on Netflix. You know, I don't think she's that crazy. You see what I'm saying? So to me, this just smells like fake drama, fake feud, fake story. Porsha trying to get her friend Nene back on the show, and Nene trying to get back on the show. That's just what this gives to me, because it doesn't make any sense. I could see it if Nene actually got blackballed and Netflix was like, we're not going to hire you because of what Porsha said. Again, that still doesn't make any sense. Porsha doesn't have any pull. She would just be another hired actress to be on the show. You know, whether it's like a cameo or like a reoccurring or like a guest spot, Porsha wouldn't have enough pull on this show to get Nene kicked off the show. Doesn't make any sense. It's not like she's an executive producer or a writer or a director. She would just be another guest star, the same way Nene and Cynthia are guest stars on the show. So the story itself doesn't make sense. What does make sense? This is a PR and marketing. Now we're talking about the Upshaws. Now we're talking about the show being on Netflix. Now we're talking about Nene and Cynthia and Porsha being on the show. Well, Porsha was supposed to be, but she's not. You know, now there would be a potential storyline for Nene to come back. Beefing with Porsha. Her boyfriend is friends with Porsha's estranged, almost soon to be divorced ex-husband. What does that drama look like, right? You see what I'm saying? I think it's a failed attempt, but I see through the attempt. But I want to know what you guys think. Do you think, no, Candy, this is a real beef between Nene and Porsha, one that we didn't see coming because it didn't exist? You know, to me, the story doesn't make any sense. But I want to know what you guys think. And do you want Nene back? Do you want Nene to come back for the upcoming season? Or do you think she burned too many bridges with Bravo and NBC and Andy Cohen to come back to Roa? What do you guys think? Put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. All right, now let's move on to our next story. All right, you guys, this one's gonna be a doozy. So I want to go through Vanderpump Rules, but through the lens of Ariana versus all of the women, all of the ladies. So Ariana is pretty much beefing with everybody, except for she's not necessarily beefing with Katie, but I think that's out of mutually assured destruction because of something about her. So let's go through Ariana beefing with everybody. And as we do, I want to know, are you team Ariana or team Lala? Team Ariana or team Scheana? Team Ariana or team Katie? Team Ariana or team Rachel? So let's break down every single situation. And also, I think this is also a kind of a good conversation around female friendships. You know what I mean? How that can come and go, and how that sort of affects people. And I will say the theme overall is everyone's like, oh, everyone's jealous of Ariana. I personally don't think that. I don't think anybody is jealous of Ariana. And I think a lot of times, particularly when it comes to female friendships, women are always like pitted against each other, as in, oh, this person's doing well. So, and because you have an issue with it, you must be jealous. No, you could have an issue with someone doesn't make you jealous of them. It just means you have an issue with them. You know, jealousy and having an issue with someone are two different things. So, as you guys can probably tell whose side I'm on, but I'll wait to expose that later. But I want to know what you guys think about just the conversation around female friendships and jealousy. What does that mean, right? So, first, let's talk about Ariana versus Lala. Okay. So this is according to Us Weekly. It says Lala Kent addresses rumor Ariana Madix eviscerated her at the Vanderpump Rules reunion. Number one, can we stop recycling words? We already used the word eviscerated for Erica Jane and Kyle Richards for the Beverly Hills reunion. Let's find new words, people. Anyway, Lala Kent teased where her relationship with Ariana Madix stands after filming the Vanderpump Rules season 11 reunion. I think the exact fan tweet was Ariana eviscerated Lala at the reunion and it was friendship ruining. And only one of those things is true, Lala said during the Wednesday, March 20th episode of The Talk. I'll let you all decide. As the cast got together on Saturday, March 16th to film the Bravo reunion, rumors swirled about certain cast members being on the outs after season 11. Lala and Scheana Shay in particular have been called out for filming with Tom Sandoval after his cheating scandal with Raquel Leviss. I stand by everything I said last season, even last season's reunion, and I stand by everything I said this season, Lala continued on Wednesday. I'm in a different place than I was last year. Sandoval ran very parallel with where I was in my heartbreak after my split from Randall, so I was out for blood. She added, now before we started filming this season, I knew I was going on this journey to potentially bring another child into the world. And I just knew I need to be soft. I need to try to practice compassion. I appreciated that when people did it for me. I would appreciate it if someone did that for my daughter, if and when she messes up tremendously. Before season 10 premiered last year, Lala and Randall 52, who share Ocean Now 3, called it quits. Vanderpump Rules season 10 picked up with Lala facing life as a single mother. Well, as a co-parenting mother. Because you guys know how I feel about throwing around that single mother term. she's a co-parenting mother. Let's call a thing. Which led to her journey with IUI. She announced earlier this month that she's expecting her second child via a sperm donor. Bravo viewers were in for a surprise in March 23 when news broke about Sandoval's split from Ariana. We all know about that. Okay. So basically, the beef between Ariana and Lala is this, that Lala basically feels that Ariana has gotten too big for her britches, that she's very self-absorbed. She's all about herself. You know, Lala's confused. You know, you're saying that Scheana can't hang out with Sandoval. You're saying I can't hang out with Sandoval, but yet you live with him. You know, it seems to be a little bit of hypocritical for you to say that we can't be friends with him and hang out with him, but yet you still reside in the same home with him. And then, you know, Lala would bring it back a lot to like her situation with Randall and all of that stuff. And then she also felt that Ariana was being a little bit not a good friend to Scheana when Scheana was being like 10 toes down for her, but she wasn't really reciprocating that same type of loyalty, like not telling Scheana that she got Dancing with the Stars and like other opportunities that came up that she knew would be either important to Scheana or things that you would just normally share with your friends. And that Ariana kind of got a big head about everything and felt holier than thou. Now, this is where I land on this situation. I don't think that Lala is jealous of Ariana because we're getting a lot of that. Oh, they're jealous. I don't think that. I think that what happened was both Lala and Ariana were in very similar yet not similar situations. And I think Lala was raising awareness to how what happened in her situation versus what happened in Ariana's situation. Being number one, both Lala and Ariana were at some point the other women to greater or lesser extents. We're going to call a spade a spade. Ariana was cheating with Tom when he was with Kristen, and Lala was cheating with Randall when he was with his wife. They both were the other women. They both got cheated on in very big ways. Randall was cheating on Lala and maybe doing some other nefarious, gross things that he has allegations and lawsuits and all of that going on. I'm not going to touch on that stuff because it's really dark and people like to sue people for having opinions. But just Google it, LA Times article, Hulu documentaries on the evil and the alleged evil and darkness of Randall Emmett, which in my personal opinion does supersede what Tom Sandoval did. Also, Lala's kind of like, and I also have a child. Like I have a full human being with this person, and I'm also trying to figure out how to take care of my child and navigate that while breaking up with this person who has cheated on me, who has done all these horrible things to me. But Ariana gets to stay in the house and they don't have children. And yes, he cheated, but like a lot of people get cheated on. And like we get that, you know, we're not saying that your pain isn't meaningful, but you're not the first person in the history of the world to have a cheating boyfriend. When quiet as is kept, you had no problem being just as dismissive and narcissistic and rude to a lot of people, just like he did. To be honest with you, Ariana and Tom Sandoval are very, very similar. They have very, very similar personalities. They're condescending as hell. They're dismissive as hell. They think they're the smartest, coolest person in the room. And they're not very nice. And that's my personal opinion. I personally don't like Ariana as a person. Not personally, because I don't personally know her, but I don't like her. I don't like how she presents herself. She is mean. She is. You go back and watch how she's treated all these people on the show. She's not a very nice person. Doesn't mean I don't have compassion for her. And it doesn't mean I don't think that what happened to her was wrong. But she's not that nice of a person. And so I get where Lala is coming from, where she's just like, listen, I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But I had something really horrible happen to me, and the entire world didn't bend at my knee because this happened, and I had to take care of me and my child. Now, where I disagree with Lala is where she comes at Ariana about living in the house. You know, Lala had to get her child out of that home, I think, for like protection and all this other stuff going on. That I totally get. You know, whatever situation she was in, she had to physically remove herself and her child for safety or for whatever. Okay, I get that. That stinks. But I don't agree with she should hold it against Ariana that Ariana didn't have to leave the house. Because if I'm Ariana, I'm not leaving the house either until it is financially responsible and financially sound for me to either leave the house, keep the house and get bought out, or get bought out and leave the house. I'm not leaving the house either because my name is on it and I have a right to it. So on that stance, I understand where Ariana's coming from. She's like, I put my money into this. My name is on this. I'm not leaving until it is the financially responsible thing for me to do. So on that stance, I totally understand where Ariana's coming from. My issue with Ariana, and I'll repeat this when I get to the other ladies, do a deeper dive on that, is that she, in my opinion, hasn't really copped to how she has treated the other women in the past. She's been mean to Lala. She's been dismissive to her. She's been just as bad as Tom has. And you can't just say, well, Tom didn't like you, so I didn't like you. It's really his fault. No, you're an adult. You're a grown woman. You didn't like Lala because you didn't like her, and you're mean about her situation just like Tom was because that's how you felt and that's what you chose to say. So own your stuff and say, yeah, you know what? I did, say X, Y, and Z about you and co-sign stuff and be dismissive towards you. But now I'm expecting you to have this sort of blind loyalty to me when I never even really rocked with you like that. So I get why Lala's like, look, yeah, something bad happened to you. Something really shitty happened to me too. But the world did not fall at my feet because I wasn't, quote, the perfect victim. And we've talked about this in the past where it's in our society, there's this sort of unattainable, idolized version of what a victim is. And if you are a woman who is attractive or is strong or is opinionated, or if people think that you think you're better than me, or you have money, or you're dating a man with money, somehow if something bad happens to you, you deserve it. But if you're a different type of woman, more submissive to the man, like Ariana was with Tom, long suffering and all this other bull crap, then all of a sudden when the same thing happens to you, you're a martyr and everybody identifies with you and you get the revenge body and you get all this other stuff. When at the end of the day, these are two women who are imperfect, because we're all imperfect, who were treated very, very horribly by two men. But yet one gets called a mistress and everything else, and another one gets exalted to this untouchable status. Because in our society, we still have this myth of what a victim looks like and is supposed to be. And a lot of women who owned their power and owned their voice, they get punished for that. Because I bet you if Tom Sandoval had the money and the clout and the influence that Randall had or pretended to have or whatever it was, and then this happened to Ariana, I bet you the general response would be very, very, very different. Oh, she's nothing but a gold digger. She deserved it. Blah, 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 blah. What did you expect would happen to you? And that's a bigger conversation, but I think that's what they're getting to. It even happened with Stassi. Stassi, imperfect person, but when Jax was sleeping with Kristen, her best friend, a lot of people were like, well, you deserve it because you're mean, Stassi. You think you're better than everybody, Stassi. You're this, that, and the third, Stassi, blah, 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 blah. And Stassi had never even cheated on Jax, right? So again, it's like, unless you are sort of this long-suffering woman, if something bad happens to you when it comes to affairs or men, somehow the world thinks you deserved what you got. And I think that's more of where Lala is coming from with this whole situation, And I do think that, Ariana stands on like, you can't talk to him if you don't want to talk to me and blah, 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 blah. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. It's a lot. So I want to know what you guys think when it comes to Lala versus Ariana. Not necessarily whose side are you on, this team or that team. I know I said that because it's being fun for what we're doing. But do you see both sides, or whose sides do you see more, or what do you think is really going on between these two women? So put it down below and be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's move on to Ariana versus Sheena. Now, is this the relationship / friendship that we ever thought we would see come crumbling down? And again, this might be, let me see. Okay. This might be an unpopular opinion because I'm seeing so many people Sheena bashing on social media. Oh, Sheena's Sheena-ing. She's making everything about her. I have a very different opinion about this. Like, I know Sheena can be a lot of things, but I have a lot of empathy for what she's going through. Now, when it comes to Sheena and Brock, I have a whole lot of thoughts on that. That's for a whole different video. But when it comes to Sheena and the Lala situation, or Sheena and the Ariana situation, again, I don't think Sheena is jealous of Ariana. And I've said it before, but I think it's very lazy work to just say that she's jealous of her and that's why she's feeling some type of way. To me, that's not actually using our emotional intelligence and nuance and understanding levels to friendships. I don't think that Scheana is jealous of Ariana. This isn't jealousy. This is something else. So let's read and then we'll dive in. So this is from People magazine. Scheana admits to feeling not valid as she learns Ariana is living her Dancing with the Stars dream. I'm afraid to express how I feel because it's not about me. It's never been about me. It's only about her. So I'm struggling with having any conversation with her lately, Scheana says of Ariana. Scheana Shay knows her friendship with Ariana Madix has changed amid the fallout of Scandival. In a preview for next week's episode of Vanderpump Rules, the Good as Gold singer tells Lisa Vanderpump that she'd had the most emotionally draining day while grappling with forgiving Ariana's ex Tom Sandoval for his affair with Raquel Rachel Leviss. I cried so much my eyelashes were dry and hurt, she admits. I'm going through the stages of grief with Sandoval. What do you mean grief? Or what you have, Lisa, 63, asks Scheana, who responds, yes, of that friendship. So Scheana's saying she's grieving the loss of the friendship she had with Tom Sandoval. When Lisa asks if she's worried that Ariana, 38, will be upset if she befriends Sandoval again, she responds, it's just hard when I try to tell her how I'm feeling when it comes to Sandoval. She literally said, I don't want to hear about it. The reality star admits that she no longer feels she can talk openly with Ariana, saying in a confessional, I've done everything I can to be ride or die for her, but is it not enough still? I'm afraid to express how I feel because it's not about me. It's never been about me. It's only about her. So I've been struggling with having any conversations with her lately because I feel like I'm not valid in my feelings. Scheana admits that she has mixed emotions about Ariana getting new opportunities since Scandival blew up, including joining the cast of Dancing with the Stars. A few weeks ago, I picked up Dan at the airport, she tells Lisa, referencing Ariana's boyfriend, Daniel Way. We grabbed lunch and he was like, oh, the announcement on Wednesday. Ariana had to stay in town, so I flew in because she can't come to New York. And I go, what announcement? He goes, Dancing with the Stars. And I was like, oh my God, Lisa responds before pointing out, when I did Dancing with the Stars, you said to me, that's what I want more than anything. Scheana says she was gearing up for the opportunity herself should producers call her. This year I started taking dance class. I was preparing in case I did get it, she says. I'm so happy for her, but it's like I can be happy for her and sad for me at the same time. She calls the casting news kind of a punch in the gut before sarcastically adding, and good for her. I mean, she has come such a long way from being my backup dancer. Lisa encourages her to discuss how she's feeling with Ariana, but Scheana insists Ariana shuts me down. All I want for Scheana is to, at some point, be able to say exactly what she's thinking, Lisa says in a confessional. There is always that push and pull and her trying to make everybody happy, but it's okay to say, you know what? It really hurt my feelings. What's wrong with that? Okay, now we're going to get into this. Okay. Now, a couple of things. Number one, Ariana needs to humble herself. And when I say humble herself, I don't mean kiss anybody's butt or dim her shine or not take opportunities that come her way. That's not what I mean. Because humility is not about being a doormat. Humility is not about dimming your light or your shine to make other people feel more comfortable. That's not, humility is having grace and gratitude and what word am I looking for? I guess like discernment and empathy when it comes to other people as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's really what humility is. It's owning your power with grace. To me, that's what being humble is. It's like, yes, I'm blessed. Yes, I have all of these things, but I'm taking it with grace. That to me is more of what humility it is. So when I say that Ariana needs to humble herself, I'm not saying she needs to dim her shine. I would never tell any other human to do that. No, you shine as bright as you can, like the star that God made you. Do it, right? But you do it with grace and you do it with deference to other people as well, to other people's emotions. And I think where Ariana is missing the mark is that she is trying to enforce this loyalty to her. You're either with me or you're not with me, with people that she's not showing that same level of loyalty and that same level of thoughtfulness to. Like she wants everybody to shout out to the Real Housewives of which Real Housewives is it? I can't remember it. It's like Sydney or Cheshire or one of them, where Gina's like, everybody. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyway, so Ariana wants everybody to defer to her feelings, to her emotions, to what she needs, to be thoughtful of what she's going through, of what Tom did to her. And you need to ride with me. And if you don't ride with me, then you're dead to me, right? She's wanting this blind loyalty from people that she's treating like crap. Don't expect me to ride into the dawn with you when you're not riding into the dawn with me. Hell no. If I'm being loyal to you, you're sure as hell going to be loyal to me, because this is a two-way street, boo-boo. It's not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. And that's where Ariana is falling flat. That's where she's really falling flat, because she knew how much Dancing with the Stars meant to Scheana. Everybody knew how much it meant to Scheana. Come on now. So when she got Dancing with the Stars, she should have given her the heads up. If she's supposed to be her friend, she's supposed to be her best friend, especially somebody you're expecting blind loyalty from. You're not going to give them the heads up. It's like Scheana said. She's like, I'm learning all of these things on Instagram. Like, I'm a fan like everybody else. And then Ariana, you got caught in a big lie. And this is a thing. It's like, don't play in our faces like we're stupid. We know how things work, sweetheart. Ariana's like, well, I had an ironclad NDA and I couldn't tell anybody. Excuse me, miss? You were posting about it on your Instagram, about like getting Chicago and everything else. And then also Dan, your boyfriend, knew about it. He was the one who told Scheana. So if you had the ability to post about your opportunities on Instagram, if you had the ability to tell your boyfriend, you had the ability to tell Scheana. I'm not saying break your NDA, but the NDA was clearly over and void, and you were allowed to publicly talk about it since you were publicly talking about it. So what Scheana is saying, I'm happy for you, but you're not treating me like I'm your friend. You're treating me like like I'm a fan and like I'm your soldier, but you're not treating me like a friend. But you expect me to treat you like the queen of the world and be blindly loyal to you. That's where I think the real disconnect is. And I don't think that's jealousy at all. I don't think that Scheana's jealous that she got it. I think Scheana is feeling like, well, wait a minute. I feel some type of way because you're treating me like I'm just another chick on the street, but yet you're asking me to like follow you to the end of the earth and give up a 15-year friendship. Also, I think a big factor is this also did happen to Scheana in the sense of, to be honest with you, Scheana got the brunt of this even more than Ariana, to be honest, because Ariana, stop lying, girl. You knew your relationship was trash. You knew it was trash. You knew that it was one leg out the door, one leg in the door. You knew you guys weren't sleeping together. You were fighting. He was never home. And as you said at the reunion, he would tell you what to say to keep your story straight, and you were totally fine with that. Now, I say that, but I'm not saying that it was okay for him to cheat on her. That's not what I'm saying. If you were in an unhappy relationship, you end the relationship. You don't cheat on someone and make a fool of them, especially with somebody who's claiming to be their friend. I'm not saying that at all. But Ariana needs to stop acting like she was left at the altar by this man. You weren't left at the altar. Come on now, girl, get with it. But what happened, and you're getting all of these opportunities, which is great. I'm not saying that she wasn't hurt by it, but Ariana, like she said on the show, she had $2,000 left in her bank account. And I believe her. I think she probably was. It's honestly kind of scary how many of these people, particularly on Vanderpump Rules, and I'm sure other reality stars, are so broke. Like Tom was saying he was broke. He had to go tour. Schwartz was saying he was broke. Ariana said she had $2,000 left. She was saying she was broke until Scandal. And Scheana was saying how when she was pregnant, which was maybe 3 years ago, during COVID, she said she was broke, didn't have any money coming in. Now Scheana, Side note, because now I'm going to talk to Scheana real quick. Scheana, girl. What the hell are you doing with Brock? Ain't no way I'm going to be pregnant with a full-grown man's baby, and I am so broke with zero money coming in that I'm going to need Tom Sandoval to cash at me a couple of grand to stay afloat. What the hell is Brock doing? What is Brock doing? Because Scheana said she was pregnant, her podcast at that time had gotten canceled, and she didn't have any money coming in. What is Brock doing? The man who put that baby in your belly, the man who was living with you. What is he doing? Scheana, do better. But Scheana, this is your fault because you knew who you got with. You knew that this was a man who had no problem deserting his own children. And if a man will desert his own children, he will sure as hell desert you. And in my personal opinion, Scheana, girl, you in danger. And we've been seeing how Brock talks to you this entire time. I got my own speculations about Brock and his little friend O'Sheen over on Southern Hospitality, and how Brock is now wearing very, very high heels. Brock's heels are higher than mine. I'm not being shady when it comes to anybody's sexuality. It's not my place to speculate. But if you put it out there, I'm going to talk about it because you're the person putting it out there. But with respect, we know how we roll here. Everybody, we're inclusive here. We will shade everybody equally because everybody's equal. Scheana, girl, you done messed up. You should have watched my videos. Brock doesn't like you, boo-boo. Brock saw you as a cash cow come up. Anytime a man slides into your DMs as a fan, anytime a man is willing to desert his own children, anytime a man is willing to take your money to fund an app, you got a problem. That's why his name is not on the deed of the new house you got. Because I don't think y'all going to make it very much longer. And I don't even think he cares, because I think the moment he makes a little cute coin, he's going to be out. Because he used his connection to you with Bravo, with NBC, with being on the show, because Scheana was on, I think she was either on Watch What Happens Live or Juicy Scoop with Heather McDonald, or she was on some show talking about how, or maybe it was Jeff Lewis, talking about how, you know, Brock is like selling TV shows about like rugby or something. In my mind, I'm like, Brock only has these opportunities because he's with you. I don't think that Brock would be able to pitch TV shows, you know, if he hadn't already been on Bravo and NBC and all that stuff. And he just only saw you as a cash cow and a come up. Scheana, before you laid down and got pregnant with this man, before you married this man, you should have done some deep therapy, and you should have learned to love yourself first. That's why you are in one-sided marriages. That's why you are in one-sided friendships. You know, one-sided friendship with Sandoval. To be honest with you, the saddest part is I actually think Tom Sandoval, out of Ariana and Brock and Tom, I actually think Tom is the kindest to Scheana out of her so-called best friend Ariana and out of her so-called deadbeat husband Brock. To be honest with you, Tom Sandoval, I think, is better to Scheana than all of them. I know, and I'm gonna compartmentalize this because people have moments. I know what he did with the restraining order was horrible. I know what he did when he told her, oh, you're fake and we didn't have a friendship and you punched Rachel. I know that situation was horrible and dead wrong. I know that. I'm talking about in totality. In totality. That's why I think Scheana is having such a hard time letting the friendship with Tom go, because I do think in totality, Sandoval is actually a better friend to Scheana than Ariana is, and is a better friend to her than her own husband is. That's kind of where I land on that. And I think that's really, really sad. Really sad. But Scheana, you knew who you were marrying, and you made every excuse for him. And he's just treating you how he treats everybody because you knew who he was. All right, that was a complete tangent. Let's get back to Scheana versus Ariana. So, yes, again, I don't think it's jealousy. I think it's more of and I also think Scheana is scared to really go against Ariana because of backlash. All Scheana is saying is, listen, like, you're treating me like I'm a fan. You're not being honest with me. And like, I'm mourning the loss of the friendship. And also, don't forget, also humility when it comes to Ariana. We can't forget how this all started. Ariana was Scheana's backup dancer / friend who thought she was better than reality TV because everybody on the show wanted to be actors, all of them. They were all actor models, right? Every single person on the show wanted to be an actor, including Ariana. She thought that if I'm on a reality show, I won't be taken seriously as an actor, so I don't want to be on this show. And it was like pulling teeth with her to get her on the show, to do anything. She would kind of like put her hair over her face because she didn't want to be on a reality show. But Scheana was the one who was like, you need to come on, be on the show, you don't have any money, let's get you a check, like, let's get you on the show. Scheana was really her champion. Also, don't forget, Scheana and Tom Sandoval were friends before Scheana even ever met Ariana. They were friends first. Before the show, Scheana and Tom were working at I think it was Villa Blanca in Bev Hills. So they were working together for about a year before the show, and they were really good friends before the show. And then when the show started, Tom was the only person who was really nice to Scheana because Stassi didn't like her because Stassi had her own issues. And then Kristen and Katie would just follow whatever Stassi said. And Tom at the upfronts was like, no, Scheana, you're a part of the cast. Come get into their photos and like bring her in, And so I think for everything Scheana has, she clearly has low self-esteem. And I think that Tom, he isn't perfect, but I do think that he likes to sort of, align himself with the underdog because that's how he feels important. But it's still a nice thing to do. They had a very good, close friendship for a long time. And no, I don't think that Sheena's in love with Tom or anything happened between them. Those other stupid conspiracies out there, I don't think that's true either. And Scheana was the one who introduced Ariana and Tom together, introduced them together. So Scheana has done a lot for Ariana. Let's be very clear. She introduced her to Tom and she got her on the show, got her a little check, got her a little come up. Because to be honest with you, Ariana's boring. She's boring. Even in this season of Scandival, she's boring. And I implore anybody to tell me that Ariana isn't boring as hell. What does Ariana got going on? She's boring. This whole I'm cool, I'm such a cool girl. You're not that cool, sweet stuff. You're not that cool. You're not that cool. And before the weirdos come out, I don't hate her. I don't dislike her. I don't know her at all. I'm just giving my opinion on the personas and personalities that they portray on a reality TV show. This isn't personal. This isn't anything like that. I don't hate anybody. So before the weirdos come out accusing me of hating somebody, let's be clear, put on our, emotional intelligent hats on. I don't hate anybody. I'm just saying she's boring. She's boring to me. So I do think that when it comes to Ariana versus Scheana, I don't think Scheana is jealous. I think Scheana is just sort of like, just like she said, it's never been about me. I've never had a season where I was the queen of the season, where I got the great edit. It's never really been about me. I'm mourning a lot of stuff. I have stuff going on too. And this was an opportunity that like I really wanted and I didn't get it. And my supposedly best friend couldn't be bothered to even tell me about it. Oh, and that's the lie. I think I said it before, but with Ariana using the excuse of an NDA, that doesn't fly, sweetheart. Because when Scheana said she found out she found about Dancing with the Stars from Daniel. So if Ariana could tell Daniel, she could tell Scheana. And it was another opportunity because Ariana's had so much stuff, but there was another one where she was finding out on Instagram. If you can post it on Instagram, you can call your friend and tell them. And I feel the same way. Obviously on a different scale, but like if somebody that I know and I'm like quote friends with, and I find out that you are to me, if I find out that you are engaged, broken up, or pregnant on social media, we are not friends. And to me, that's kind of synonymous to it because I'm not a famous person, So it's like my friends aren't on like Dance with the Stars. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yet, manifest it. Anyway, so that to me is like the analogy that I would use for it. If I'm in a group of girlfriends and I found out that you get engaged from your Instagram post, not from the group chat, not from a personal text, we're not friends. We're associates. Okay? Don't get it twisted. People go around using that friend word, throwing it around. To me, a friend is a friend is a friend. If I find out any big life event on social media, we are acquaintances. We are not friends. I need to find out about the breakup, the baby, the ring, in the group chat, or else we ain't friends. And that's just what it is. And that's basically in my mind, that's really where Scheana is coming from. And that's her struggle, where she's like, I can't talk about what I'm going through. I can't talk about how this has affected me. I can't talk about grieving my friend that I knew before you, who I introduced you to, any of that, because you are the only person in this situation who's allowed to mourn. You are the only person in this situation who's allowed to be hurt. And if I just don't do what you say, how you want me to do it, then all of a sudden I'm the bad person. I am, flip-flop Scheana. I'm this, I'm that. I'm stupid to go back to him, blah, 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 blah. So in this situation, I'm on Scheana's side because you're not going to expect blind loyalty from me when you're treating me like another chick. Not going to happen. But I want to know what you guys think, I want to know what you guys think. What do you think about this? Everybody's saying Sheena's jealous. I don't think it's jealousy. And what do you think about Ariana expecting everybody to kiss her, to bow to her, but she's not showing that same type of love to them? And also, let's not forget, how Ariana said that she's not really close to these chicks. On the Call Her Daddy podcast, she was like, they're not like my inner circle. I don't really know them like that. And to be honest, Ariana has never really been a girl's girl. She's never really been down with the girls. I think she tolerates Scheana, but she's never been a true friend to Scheana. When? I'll wait. But as always, be sure to put it down below and be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's see. Dun, dun, dun. I'm going to drink a little bit of tea because I don't want my throat to give out. I want to go as long as I can. Okay, let's see. Let's do Ariana versus Katie. Now, this is a lot. Let's do Ariana versus Katie. So this one isn't so much like Ariana versus Katie, but more of what's going on with the situation with their sandwich shop, something about her. And I'm going to basically say where I think Katie Maloney went really, really wrong. I'll break it down where I think Katie did a huge misstep. We'll get into it. So this is from the U.S. Sun. It says, bad sign. Ariana Madix and Katie Maloney sandwich shop signs and front patio all taken down as opening date now on hold. The Vanderpump Rules stars are forced to redo their entire front patio after new city limits were put in place. Yeesh. Sorry, I had to breathe. Okay. Something about her opening date has been put on pause, as the U.S. Sun reported, due to ongoing health department issues and Ariana's commitment to performing on Broadway in New York City for the next few months. Okay. We don't even really need to read the rest of the article, but we will. But if you guys have your candy cane critical thinking hats on, does this sentence make sense to you? Something about her's opening date has been put on pause, as the U.S. Sun reported, due to ongoing health department issues and Ariana's commitment to performing on Broadway in New York City for the next few months. One of these things are not like the other. Let's read between the lines. Why would something about her opening date have to be put on pause simply because Ariana is performing on Broadway? That doesn't make any sense. Pretty sure Katie could oversee the design and the food and, the inspections and everything like that, with Ariana weighing in here and there, because this has always been Katie's baby. Always been Katie's baby. It's also saying due to ongoing health department issues. Now, I think the real issue is Ariana doesn't want to do it anymore. And they're using the excuse of ongoing health department issues and permits and all of this stuff. Because why would you put in the same sentence ongoing health department issues and Ariana dancing on Broadway? Doesn't make any sense to me. To me, this is like a cover up. It's like we're trying to conflate two different things, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people own restaurants. Like, for example, Lisa Vanderpump, she owns Pump. She did own Villa Blanca. Sir, she was on Dancing with the Stars. She was on, Beverly Hills. She didn't put everything on hold because she had to go do a show. No, she had everybody around her do it. This doesn't make any sense, but let's keep going. Now, another major problem has come to the forefront, a makeover of the entire front patio of Ariana and Katie's West Hollywood Cafe. Back in June, the U.S. Sun obtained photos of what the exterior of Something About Her looked like at the time. There was a Something About Her sign, a yellow and white awning, and a square-shaped patio for outdoor dining that was situated in the front of the store. The U.S. Sun has learned why the patio and sign had to be taken down after appearing ready to be open. The front patio at that location was there for years when it was Headley's restaurant, and it was there without proper city permits, a source told the U.S. Sun. After the remodeling, Katie and Ariana learned that permit laws had changed and that they had to take down their sign and break down their entire front patio. Now, what's seen in the photos obtained by the Sun is an empty sidewalk in front of Something About Her with the sign and awning no longer there. As of December, the Vanderpump Rules stars had to file a new permit with the city of West Hollywood, proposing a different outdoor dining area and a new canopy that's permissible within limits, as indicated by signage on the front door. The drawings that were submitted for the new outdoor dining space don't look the same as it was before, the source revealed. They're not giving up hope, since the outdoor dining area would be beneficial to the business and will allow for more seating space. What's taking time? Aside from the exterior, there are other issues that have to be resolved before opening. For one, the flooring needs a whole new makeover. Blah, 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 blah. It goes into like the health department said that the floor is not open. So now all of a sudden, after spending $300K on a build out, they have to redo everything, is what apparently is going on. The source continued, it's a cluster F. It's a lot of back and forth with city officials. Taking over this location has been bad luck from the beginning. It's like it's been jinxed because it's always something new. Then it goes in to talk about, what's going on. It has some interior photos. I mean, the inside looks really, really cute and everything. Anticipating opening. The process of getting Something About Her to open all began as far back as July 2021 when an LLC was filed. Bravo fans have been eager to visit the shop, especially after getting a sneak peek of it on last season of Vanderpump Rules. Co-stars Lala Kent, Tom Schwartz, and Scheana Shay have all gotten a bite of the tasting menu. Okay. This is the thing. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, okay? Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Again, why would the article then go on to talk about permits and signage and LLCs and waiting on the city and tasting menus and all of that stuff, Why would the article go on to talk about all of that? But in that very first sentence, like I said, why would it bring up Ariana's commitment to performing on Broadway in New York City for the next few months? Why include that sentence at all, unless that was the actual reason? Word on the street is this. Something About Her is basically Shorts and Sandy's part 2. Ariana being Sandoval and Katie being Schwartz. This is where I think Katie went wrong. Partnering with Ariana in the first place. Katie, Ariana don't like you, boo-boo. She don't like you. She don't. Ariana was mean to Katie, standoffish to Katie, not nice to Katie. All under the guise of, well, Tom doesn't like her. I can never get close to her and blah, blah, blah. She'd be like fake nice to her, but we all knew she didn't really like her. We would see what she said in confessionals. You know, we would see how they treated her because she was with Tom. Tom didn't like Lala. She was mean to Lala. Tom didn't like Katie. She was mean to Katie. But she was nice to, what's-her-face, Rachel, because Tom liked Rachel. And where did that get you? Never go into business. I'm not saying you have to be friends, but sure as hell don't be enemies. Never go into business with someone that you know doesn't like you. I don't know if Katie just missed the memo. I don't know if it went over Katie's head. I don't know if Katie stopped watching the damn show. But why would you go into business with someone who doesn't like you? And if you do happen to go into business with somebody who doesn't like you, and then you see season 9 or season 8, whichever season it was, season 8 or season 9, when Katie and Ariana were supposed to meet with Randall. This was before Randall got exposed for all of his shenanigans. This was before Randall and Lala split. This was during the time when Randall was still making the money and was, you know, the connector guy. This was when he was in his heyday. Go back and watch when they were supposed to meet with Randall because they were pitching him the idea to see if he would be an investor in Something About Her. And when Katie got to the meeting and Ariana was a no-show, she ended up showing up later, but she was really late. It was extremely unprofessional and it was extremely disrespectful, not just to Randall, but to Katie. If I'm with my business partner and we have a meeting with an investor and my business partner shows up late with an attitude like I'm better than this, because all of a sudden Tom Sandoval had to have her sign some papers about refinancing their home mortgage. Wonder how that turned out for you, Ariana. You know what I'm saying? And then Ariana in the confessional, again, was so nasty and was like, yeah, well, now I only pay this much every month in mortgage or something like that. Not like, oh my gosh, like I'm so embarrassed. I feel bad. I should have, told Tom to reschedule. I should have shown up on time. I feel really bad for making Katie wait because, what I do looks bad for us. She had that nasty attitude. I don't know if Katie didn't watch that episode or what. But the moment I saw that, I was like, that shop will never open and it's doomed. Because that is a huge disrespect and lack of just regard for someone that you are about to embark on a very huge endeavor with. Opening up a restaurant is a huge endeavor, huge. And you have that kind of smug, nasty attitude. That told me everything I needed to know. And I was like, it's doomed. And you guys remember, I did a whole video on it. I said 5 times Ariana betrayed Katie is Something About Her doomed. It's on my YouTube channel. Just type in the search, Something About Her doomed, Candy Washington, Lala, or Ariana, Katie. It'll pop up. I predicted it. So Katie's number 1 misstep, don't ever go into business with somebody who doesn't like you. And to quote Maya Angelou, when people show you who they are, believe you. If it were me and I had already gone in business with Ariana and she showed up late for an investor meeting, with that nasty, condescending attitude, and then I saw that confessional, I would have dissolved the partnership right then and there. I either would have continued. Katie should have done one of two things. She should have done the sandwich shop on her own and figure it out how to do it by herself. There's a lot of people who have investors and board members, but they do it on their own. Or I would have found a different partner. I would not have partnered with her. I would not have partnered with her because it's not just about disrespecting the investor. You're disrespecting me, and you are showing me exactly how you feel about me. And what I don't play with is my time and my money. Forget the little friendship crap. Don't mess with my time and don't mess with my money. I would have dissolved it right then and there. And the reason why I think Katie and Ariana are so close this season is, one, I think Katie now realizes, holy crap, I am partnering with someone who doesn't care about the business and who doesn't care about me. One second, you guys. I'm trying to hang. All right. I think Katie is fearful of losing the business altogether. And what is that? Oh my gosh, you guys. What is that theorem or principle or philosophy? It's something where it's like you have the false, it's a fallacy where you have the false belief that I've invested so much that I can't get out now, that you just keep digging yourself deeper and deeper and deeper, when the reality is it's better to cut bait and just cut your losses now than keep digging yourself deeper and deeper into the hole. I can't think of it. It's like it's some theorem or some philosophy. But that's where I think Katie is. I think Katie is scared to cut bait. But I think that's what she needs to do. Because like this article basically told us without telling us, something about her is not opening because Ariana is booked and busy. Why would they add that one sentence to this article that she's off performing in Broadway and then talk about permits and licenses and LLCs and this, that, and the third and awnings? Why would you add that at all? Wouldn't you just say something about her delayed because of city permits? Why would you even add that part? They didn't say because Katie is out here doing, emo nights and concerts. They didn't talk about that. You know what I mean? Because Katie is out here with fake lesbian storylines. They didn't say anything like that. It told us what it needed to tell us without coming out and saying it. Katie, you in danger. Another reason why I think Katie and Ariana are close is because, and again, this is where Katie is making a huge mistake. Katie is staying loyal to Ariana with the Scheana thing. Yes, because of how Tom did Ariana, but I think more so because of how Tom has always done her. So the reason why I think Katie gets so mad at Scheana for wanting to be friends with Tom is because of how dirty Tom has done her. And to be honest with you, this might be an unpopular opinion, but it's just how I feel. I think Tom Sandoval has done Katie Maloney way dirtier than he did Ariana. I don't care. Not that I don't care he cheated on her. I don't mean it that way. I get he cheated on her. I get it was with Rachel. But I think in totality at this point, Katie was with Tom Schwartz for 12 years. They've been 12 to 14 years, right? Because they've known each other since they're all like late 30s, early 40s. And they've known each other since they were in their 20s. So this is well over a decade of Tom Sandoval being so dismissive and gaslighting and mean and divisive when it comes to Katie. I get it. Katie is an acquired taste, but I do think the way that Tom has poisoned people against her, talked bad about her, inserted himself in her relationship with Schwartz, in her marriage to Schwartz, has been disgusting and despicable. And the way that he has treated Katie systematically for years and methodically for years, I understand why Katie is 10 toes down on hating him. And I think her hatred for him is more rooted in what he's done to her and to her relationship and marriage with Tom Schwartz. So I think that's why Katie is so aligned with Ariana. Not so much because her and Ariana are really deep friends, but right now they have a lot of mutually invested interest. The future of something about her and the deep-seated hatred of Tom Sandoval. So it's almost like it's like that Cardi B song, you know, this B hate me and this B hate me, and sometimes they link up and they become friends. Like, to me, that's Ariana and Katie. They both hate Sandoval, so they linked up to become friends. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of what it is. It's the mutual hatred for him. But I think Katie's hatred is more steeped into what he did to her. And I thought the last episode, I felt really bad for Katie because I feel like she hasn't healed yet in a place to receive Tom's apology. And I that made me feel really bad because I have my issues with Sandoval. We get it. He's a narcissist. He's blah, blah, blah. We talked about it ad nauseum. We get it. This is not me defending Tom by any means. But when Tom came in the room and he was trying to apologize to Katie about, you know, inserting himself in the divorce and all of that stuff, I could see that Katie, the wound is still so fresh for her that she couldn't even let herself. And even when she was on Wap Chapin's live, like, apologies is just words. I need actions. Like, stop with the nonsense. Anybody with emotional intelligence knows that words are meaningful and powerful. And for someone to say, I did this to you and it was wrong and I'm sorry, is extremely powerful. Again, I'm not talking about when people just do it performatively, like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I cheated on you. I'm going to cheat on you again. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like actual vulnerability in communication with someone. But I think that Katie is still so hurt by it. And I understand it because she hasn't, this would be the first step in her healing anything with Tom Sandoval. So I get it. She couldn't even allow herself to go there with him, that she had to deflect. And the way she did that was when he was like, I wanted to apologize to you, you know, we are going through the divorce, you didn't need the extra stuff. I think that hit her so hard, she couldn't let herself go there. So she started to, well, what you did to Ariana, and like, you shouldn't be having parties here, and what you did to her, and you need to show her more respect. She couldn't sit in it. She couldn't sit in her own discomfort and hurt and need for his apology. She couldn't actually let herself sit in it because I think it would have hurt too much. So instead, she deflected from it because that moment should not have been about Ariana at all. It should have been about Katie receiving Tom's apology. But I think she's still so in the hurt of it, which makes sense because if this is the first time he's coming to her and saying he's sorry, it's on camera, it's unexpected, she doesn't have that resolve with him. I get that, you know, I'm not expecting her to be completely evolved in that moment. I get it. I think it's a very natural response for where she's at. But that moment should have been about her saying to Tom, thank you for that apology, because this is how you hurt me. But I don't think she was ready for it. And so instead of sitting in with him, she deflected to, oh, you're throwing parties with randoms with Ariana, and this is just words. And to me, it just was more indicative of not Katie being bitter, not her being miserable, not her being mean. To me, it's more of Katie being still in a lot of hurt. I saw a very sad, hurt person. And again, when we talk about women archetypes, because Katie has a mouth, because Katie stands up for herself, because she has a certain disposition, a lot of times people don't see her hurt as hurt. They see it as bitter. They see it as, they don't see her sad. They see it as miserable because she's a certain type of woman. pretty sure if she was like, oh my God, blah, 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 type of, docile woman, it would be like, oh my God, she's so hurt. She's so sad. Because that's palpable, right? We still live in a patriarchal system where certain type of women, their pain is perceived in a certain type of way. So I saw Katie not as bitter and miserable. I saw her as a woman in a lot of pain. That's really what I saw. And I see a woman still mourning the loss of her marriage. That's really what I saw. And so I felt really bad for her because I think that that's a lot of pain to work through and resolve. But this is another reason why, but here's another reason why Katie is misstepping with aligning with Ariana. Who was the person that said to Tom Sandoval, what you did to Katie was wrong and you need to apologize to her? Who said that to Tom? I'll wait. Was it Tom Schwartz, her ex-husband? Was it Ariana, her new best friend and business partner? Was it Lala, warrior woman? It was Scheana. Scheana was the one who went to Tom and said, the way you've treated Katie is messed up and you need to go and make it right and apologize to her. Scheana was the one who said that to Tom. And that's when Tom got his stuff together and actually apologized to her. Do I believe a lot of what comes out of Sandoval's mouth? No. But I do think that for him, his personality type, I'm not a doctor, I don't diagnose, whatever personality type he is, I do think for his capability, because people have different emotional capabilities. I think for his emotional capability, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I believed him. And I do think for his capacity, he was being genuine when he said that. I do. I believed him. I don't believe a lot of his crocodile tears. I don't believe a lot of his performative stuff. I don't believe a lot of his hypocrisy and deflection and narcissism. But I'm not a person that's just going to say, I think everything out of his mouth is a lie. That's not true. People have different layers and people are different at different times. I actually believe that he was being genuine to what his capacity is being genuine is. But the person who made that happen was Scheana. But Katie will, dismiss and, shade Scheana all day long. And while she's kissing Ariana's butt all day long, when has Ariana had your back ever in life, Katie? I'll wait. Not with something about her. That doesn't look like that's going to open to me. When did Ariana ever say, hey, Tom, lay off of Katie? I'll wait. It was Scheana. It was Scheana. So, I think with this situation, Katie, it's just time to cut bait. I think you either need to dissolve the partnership and either go at it yourself or find a new partner. But I don't think it's going to work out with you and Ariana. Because this article told us everything we needed to know without saying it. So your store doesn't look like it's opening anytime soon. Anytime soon. And Katie, wake up. Ariana doesn't like you. Okay? You would do far better linking up with flip-flop Scheana. I mean, Scheana gets a bad rap. I actually like Scheana. There's some times where I think she's been messy, particularly with Brock. But I do think Scheana overall, this is the thing. I think, you know what it is about Scheana? I think Scheana has a good heart. And I do think that Scheana is one of the most transparent people on the show. Even when she's like, I don't even think she's so much a flip-flopper. I think it's more of like a people-pleasing out of lack of self-esteem and a lack of self-worth. Because when you're a people pleaser, it's usually because you don't have enough confidence in yourself to think that you're allowed to create boundaries with people. Some people use people pleasing in a manipulative way. Tom Shorts, I'm looking at you. But some people please in a way because they lack self-esteem. And I think that's more Scheana. I think Scheana doesn't have a lot of self-worth and a lot of self-esteem. And so it comes across as being a flip-flopper. But I think it's really her way of belonging, because she feels like she's never really belonged, if that makes sense. So my heart goes out to Katie and Scheana. Ariana, you just got to fix your attitude. Nobody is jealous of you, Ariana. I think everybody is genuinely happy for you. I think Katie's happy for her. I think Scheana and Lala, I think they're happy for her. You can be happy for someone and still want to check them for how they're moving. Doesn't mean you're jealous of them. But a lot of times people who are moving a type of way will say, you're jealous of me, because they don't want to admit that they're moving kind of grimy. See what I'm saying? So that's just kind of how I feel about it. So I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. What do you think something about her is ever going to open? Do you think it's not going to open? Do you think Ariana is really Katie's friend? What do you think is going on? Do you think Ariana and Shorts will get back together? Not Ariana and Shorts. Do you think Katie and Shorts will ever get back together? Do you think Katie and Tom Sandoval will ever make up? Put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's move on to Ariana versus Rachel. And then take a quick sip of some tea. Okay. All right. So let's go on. All right. So Rachel Leviss, as we all know, in my personal opinion, the chick is she's pissing me off. Rachel, oh wait, hold on. Rachel, you're pissing me off, because in my opinion, I do think she is filing a frivolous lawsuit against Ariana and NBC and Bravo. And this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think it's even frivolous against Tom at this point in time. She's saying that, Tom invaded my privacy and Ariana did revenge porn. And then she had this whole theory in her legal document. And Rachel, I don't know who your lawyers are, but they need to do their due diligence, because I caught you in a lie. I caught you in a lie. And I'm going to show, and I'm going to play the receipts. Because if I say that, I'm coming with some receipts. Rachel, you got caught in a lie. See, this is why people shouldn't do podcasts or interviews unless they have their lies ironclad tight. Ariana, if you're listening, call your lawyers, because Rachel lying. And we got the receipts. Now, just as a quick overall, in Rachel's lawsuit, she's claiming that Ariana and Tom were in on the whole thing, the whole affair, and that Ariana knew about it and she wanted them to keep it quiet until season 11, so then they could film it and it would be all for the show, and that they all orchestrated Scandival together. That's what she's claiming in the lawsuit. Ariana knew, and they all planned it for Scandival, and they all exploited her. Ariana distributed the little FaceTime, sexy time video that Tom took without her consent, blah, 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 all of that stuff, okay? Now, I already said that don't make any sense. None of that makes any sense. Because number one, do I think Tom filmed her without her consent? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. On that one, I don't know. If he did, then just go after him for invading your privacy. Do your little small claims court. I don't know what you got to do. Whatever, girl. But go after him. When she said that Ariana knew and that everybody knew, and it was supposed to be a storyline for season 11, I said that doesn't make any sense. That just sounds like a straight up lie. Because number one, if that was true, then why did Scandival break when they weren't filming? Remember, They had stopped filming. The season had wrapped. That's why they had to pick the cameras back up to capture everything that was going on. If Ariana and Tom and all these people knew about it and it was supposed to be a storyline for season 11, then why did the story break when they weren't actually filming? That doesn't make any sense. Also, what doesn't make any sense, if Ariana knew, then why would Scheana, the way that Rachel tells it, why would Scheana punch her in her face over something that Ariana already knew? That doesn't make any sense either. Again, I don't think Scheana pushed her. Maybe she mushed her, pushed her, whatever the hell it was. I don't think she like punched her in her face, whatever it was. Why would Scheana have that reaction if Ariana already knew? Also, if Ariana already knew, why would she have to then take the video and send it to Scheana or send it to herself if she already knew? Again, doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. Also, if Ariana already knew and this was just a plan for season 11, why didn't you say that from jump? Why didn't you say that when the cameras picked back up? Why didn't you say that in any of your interviews? Why didn't you say that at the reunion? I'm confused. Why didn't you say that way before? Why would you wait almost a year later when season 11 starts airing to say that they knew about it? Wouldn't the first thing out of your mouth when this entire thing happened, wouldn't you say, no, she knew? That would be the first thing out of my mouth. If I'm the side chick and the entire world is hating me, the first thing I would say is, I'm not the side chick. She knew about it. Here are the receipts. So I can't be a mistress if she knows. I can't be the side piece if she co-signed it. This is what happened. And also, why didn't she say that on her big Bethany podcast she did? She never said that at all. So it doesn't make any sense. You see, it doesn't make any sense at all. None of that ever made sense. So, and again, this is what she's claiming in a legal document. But as we know, she has exaggerated on legal documents before. That's why she didn't even show up to the restraining order hearing against Scheana, because she didn't want to be questioned about the authenticity of the documents she submitted for the restraining order. Remember when Scheana still showed up and Rachel and her legal team didn't even show up? And everybody was saying how Rachel was like faking the scars and all that stuff and everything. Girl. So we already know she has no problem blurring the lines when it comes to legal documentation. But this is the thing. She then gets on her own podcast, because she has her little Rachel Goes Road podcast. And this is how I love dumb criminals, because at this point she is a criminal submitting fake legal documents, in my opinion, entertainment only, allegedly, submitting fake documents for a payday and for some clout. To me, that should be a criminal act. I think it is criminal to intentionally do it, right? She got on her own podcast thinking she's doing something, talking about, I'm going to tell everyone who knew about it, about the affair. These were all the people. I'm not going to protect them. They're not protecting me. This is everybody who knew. So this is her own words on her own podcast. I'm going to play it for you guys. And I want you to know if you catch what I caught. Okay? So let's listen.
This video is for Vanderpump Rules watchers. If you're not, keep scrolling. Oh my god, Rachel Leviss woke up and chose violence today. She just released an episode on her podcast naming all the names of people who knew of her and Tom cheating before everybody found out. Let me just play that clip for you.
That I would like to share. But before we get into the episode, I would like to just clear the air a little bit because, well, I suspect that people now know that some of our mutual friends have known about this affair while it was going on. I kind of just want to like clear the air on who those people were and whether or not I know for certain that they knew, but there were instances where it was pretty undeniable. So let's go through that list. Obviously, number one is Schwartz. He has known from the very beginning, and we already know that because I've already dropped that bomb. But maybe people don't realize or have suspected, but Kyle Chan has also known, and Kyle Chan has been a good friend of Tom's for quite some time, and he was one of the people that was trying to talk some sense into Tom, but he also like kept that secret for him. I just feel like it's a little bit of a double standard to be icing out a certain person for knowing, yet Kyle Chan is still accepted into the group without any consequences. Just throwing that out there. The reason why I bring that up is because, as we know, the last episode that the cast filmed in San Francisco was for Kyle Chan's party, and nobody seems to have an issue with Kyle knowing. Next, Jason Bader is Tom Sandoval's drummer and band manager. You have seen him on Tom Sandoval's podcast. He has also known. It just goes to the double standard of Tom was allowed to tell his best friends, but I wasn't allowed to tell anybody. And if I did, he was not happy with me. So just a reminder to everyone, that is not love. All right, next, Max Boyens. I don't know the extent of what he knew about the affair, but Max Boyens was one of the people that we would meet up with regularly at one of the dive bars by Tom Sandoval's house. And, he didn't ask any questions, but it was an often thing that we would meet up, and it would be hard for me to think that he didn't have an inkling of knowledge that this was going on. This one's a little sus because Tom and I, we were very reckless and stupid, and we decided, oh my God, this is really embarrassing. But basically Tom and I snuck off. I don't even know if I want to see these details, but basically Tom and I were cuddling in the social media room, which is downstairs of their house, and there was a party going on, and Ariana's best friend, Logan Cochran, walked into the social media room, and he was like, oh, okay. And we were just cuddling on the floor. We were clothed and everything. There wasn't a blanket or anything. It was just us looking at each other because it was stupid. I thought I was in love. But Logan walked in on us, and then he's like, oh, I'm really messed up. Okay, bye. And then left. And he's Ariana's best friend. So I'm sure that got back to Ariana. Logan definitely had to have some sort of suspicion that this was going on, because why else would we be cuddling? That's weird. Logan is also really close with Brad. I don't think Brad really knew the extent of it, but I'm sure as things started coming out, it was easy to piece these things together. So when I went to St. Louis, I've met Tom's mom before when she came to LA, but this time it was different because he was bringing me to the house. It honestly felt like I was his girlfriend. It was the weirdest thing because obviously I wasn't. He had a girlfriend, but he brought me to his mom's house, and we made food, and I slept downstairs in their basement area, and his mom had the Christmas tree up. And I mean, it was weird. The way that Tom would present things made it feel so normal. So then it's oh, maybe I am overthinking this. And he had a way to convince me that it's all fine and to normalize it and to relieve stress. And then we would also drink a lot, so that would help relieve the stress too. But yes, Tom Sandoval's mom also knew. And I think that's a really messed up position to put your mom in because, now she's keeping this secret for her son. But I think she also knew that Tom and Ariana haven't been good for quite some time. There was a conversation that was had, Ariana hasn't come to St. Louis in years. And this isn't to excuse it either because Tom needed to make that public that they were no longer in a relationship. But yeah, there was trouble in paradise there. That concludes my list. There's no reason to be protecting these people.
Rachel, you dum-dum. Oh my God, you dum-dum. She thought she was really doing something with that, but she just actually exposed herself and made her look worse. Number one, just her voice in general, the inflection in her voice, you could tell she was still getting off on it. Like she was still kind of like proud of it, like, oh my God, like his mom knew and like we were in this together. But there was a couple of factual things she said that exposes herself. Number one, she said, it was like I was his girlfriend, but obviously I wasn't. He had a girlfriend. Okay. So if you are admitting that when you were doing all this, you were not his girlfriend and you were cheating with him and he had a girlfriend, how does that coincide with your legal documentation saying that Ariana knew? How? Make that make sense. You also said, you named all these people, Kyle Chan, Ben, Logan, blah, 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 blah. You never named Ariana as someone who explicitly knew. You said you were cuddling with him in a social media room, and Logan, who is Ariana's friend, was wasted, popped in and said, oh, I don't know what's going on, and popped out. And then you said you assumed he told her. How does that translate into you having a legal document claiming that she had knowledge and that she planned it with Tom for season 11 when you just said out of your own mouth she must have maybe known, assumed, because her best friend who was drunk saw us lying next to each other fully clothed in a room in her house while they were having a party? You also said that Kyle Chan, quote, tried to talk some sense into him. So again, you were very cognizant that what you were doing was wrong and that what he was doing was wrong. So I'm very confused as to how you're trying to blame everything on Tom when you clearly knew what you were doing was wrong. You clearly knew that he had a girlfriend who was not you. And you clearly knew that his friends did not approve of it when they were trying to talk sense into him. And you clearly did not know concretely that Ariana knew. And these are the words that you just said that we just listened to. So I'm confused how you're having a whole lawsuit saying that she knew and Scandal was planned. That to me doesn't prove anything. That to me proves that she didn't know that he was being sloppy. Also, nothing you said is new information. When Scandal hit and came out, Lala and Katie and Scheana all said that there was already speculation and gossip and rumor about you and Tom, but that nobody wanted to say anything to Ariana because she would just shut it down and be very dismissive and be in her own little bubble of denial. That's already been documented. That's already been said. So nothing you just said is new news. You're not exposing anybody. You're not dropping any bombs. You basically just blew up what you said yourself. Like, do you have an example, Rachel? Did you ever talk to Ariana yourself? And also, even the whole thing about not Burning Man, Coachella, where you said, oh, we were in the hot tub, and he said that him and Ariana had an open relationship. Whether he said that or not, you still have yet to confirm that Ariana knew he was having an open relationship with you. So I don't know who your lawyers are. I don't know where they got their legal degree from. But if I were them, I would want to go back and do some fact checking and some due diligence, because I'm not a lawyer, but I already could poke multiple holes in everything you had to say, sweetheart. I didn't hear you say Ariana knew. I heard you say Kyle knew, Max knew, his mama knew. Her friend who was wasted saw us laying on the ground fully clothed when they're all doing drugs and wasted, rolling around on the floor, and he just walked out. What? And also, it's already been documented that Lala, Scheana, and Katie said that they even went to Ariana with speculation. And Ariana was like, no, shooting it down. And she basically was just like, just because you don't remember, even the season before last, when Katie was pissed about the whole Schwartz and Rachel kissing, make out story, BS storyline. And Ariana said, and again, Katie, this is why I don't know why you went into business with this woman. She doesn't like you, sweetheart. She looked Katie in her face and said, I know you don't like her, but I do. But yet now Ariana expects everybody in the world to have a problem with Tom Sandoval because she doesn't like him. But when Katie's whole husband, they were not even divorced yet, her whole husband, Katie was like, I don't want him making out with a girl in our friendship group. And Ariana looked Katie dead in her face and said, I know you don't like him or you don't like her, but I like her. Come on now. Come on. I don't know who these lawyers are. Maybe they're looking for a money grab too. But she just said out of her own mouth on her own podcast that Ariana did not know. She assumed her wasted friend must have maybe told her. Girl. Girl. Girl, like you just said it yourself. You just said it yourself. You just said it yourself. And Kyle Chan, the reason why they don't have a problem with Kyle Chan is because isn't he like some jewelry guy? That's a business associate. That's not a friend. That's a business associate. Because people know who they can punk. Like Ariana knows she can punk Scheana, but Ariana knows she can't punk Kyle Chan. So she's not going to punk Kyle Chan because Kyle Chan is more influential than she is. That's why at the end, that's why the season finale, they're all at his party. You know, that's why he was the one that Brock went to for Sheena's engagement ring. You know, he has more clout and money and connections. So Ariana is not gonna punk Kyle Chan because she knows she can't punk him. She's gonna punk Scheana. She's gonna try and punk Lala, but Lala's gonna punk her ass right back. You know? So that's why, you know, she's not saying, you know, it's me or him, Kyle, because she still wants something from Kyle. People know who they can punk and they know who they can't punk. That's why nobody has a problem with Kyle, because Kyle has something that they want. And when somebody has something that you want, you don't try and punk them because you don't think that they're beneath you. You only punk somebody that you think is beneath you because you think you can. So shut up, Rachel. You don't know what you're talking about. And I said it before and I'll say it again. Rachel needs to go away. She really does, because to be honest with you, I feel like Tom Sandoval attracts women who are just like him. Kristen Doty, just like him. Ariana, just like him. Rachel, just like him. I would have more of an open heart toward her if she did anything that wasn't so blatantly self-serving. And I'm not saying that she can't tell her story. I'm not saying she can't tell her experience. Obviously she can. But these ridiculous lawsuits, this self-aggrandizing podcast, it's sick. It's giving it's like Bethany, like delusional, just regurgitating your own BS over and over and over and over and over again. It's really weird and bizarre, but it's particularly disgusting when they're talking about such real topics of like revenge porn, of, you know, mental health, of, you know, things like that, where it's like, she's like, you guys, like he could tell his friends, but like I couldn't tell mine. You guys, that's not love. Like, shut up, Rachel. Like, just shut up. You went to this man's house. You hung out with this man's mother, having sex with him. No, and just like you said, I wasn't his girlfriend. He had one. You had no problem doing that. I don't care what that says about him. What does that say about you? There is no way on God's green earth I would go to a man's house with his mother, have sex with him when he's in a full-on relationship with another woman. You need to stop blaming everything on Tom and take accountability for yourself. And you're not a child. She's pushing 30. You're a full-on adult, sweetheart. You need, and that's another thing. She doesn't take accountability for her own actions. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think Tom Sandoval groomed her. I don't. I think she was a willing participant. I think she went happily. I think it's a convenient narrative for her now. But again, she tells on herself. The inflection, the cadence, the energetic tone she has, she still is getting off on this. I'm like, I wasn't even his girlfriend, but like I was there and like Kyle Chan knew and like Max knew and like Logan, her best friend, knew. And like, I can't believe we were doing this, but like we were like in love, and she's still getting off on it. She hasn't actually, and I'm only talking about her situation because there are situations where women, men, children are manipulated and brainwashed and groomed into these situations, who do things that are unethical or non-consensual. You know what I mean? Like there are real people who really do go through these situations. I just don't think Rachel is one of them. I think it's a convenient narrative for her. And that's what pisses me off, because I think people who are true victims of this type of manipulation, if and when they feel like going public, because nobody has to. If you're a victim of anything, you don't have to go public. You don't owe anybody your story. But if and when they do go public, usually the root of it is, I want to share what happened to me in case it helps save somebody else. But you don't get any of that with Rachel. You don't get any of that with her. It is all like, I'm going to expose these people, and Ariana knew this, and I'm going to do this lawsuit, and like, I can't believe Tom did this, and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's what you're getting from her. You don't get any of that raw, empathetic vulnerability of a victim / survivor who's like, I am bearing this in case I can save one person. That's usually the energy and the tone when people go public with their stories. That's usually what it's about. But you don't get any of that with Rachel. You don't get any of that with her. Also, the level of resentment and disdain that she still carries for Ariana. And I don't even like Ariana like that. Not personal. I mean the persona that she plays on this show, because it's not personal. I don't know her in real life. Is also very telling. Like, to me, she's still trying to one-up Ariana. She still has a little disdain towards her. And I'm like, where does that disdain come from? Because to be honest with you, Ariana was the nicest to you if she was of any woman on this show, because Tom was nice to you. And look where that got her. But there you go. So why do you have such a level of resentment and disdain for a woman whose man you were sleeping with? She acts like Ariana was sleeping with her man. That's the attitude she has. But true victims and true survivors of people who've been in manipulative, narcissistic relationships where they may have done something like, maybe they were sleeping with a man who already was in a relationship, and they did things out of character, but now they've worked on themselves and they've healed and they realized what was going on. They usually are so compassionate towards the person that they wronged, where they're like, I feel so bad for her. She was a victim too. He was controlling to her. I did something. Because again, human beings, We sometimes do things out of character. We sometimes do things that aren't ethical. Doesn't make you a horrible person, doesn't make you a bad person. People do get manipulated into situations. But usually when people are good people who do unethical things, who get out of character, they are the quote other woman, other man, whatever the case may be. When they're truly out of it and they look back on it, they I'm so embarrassed. I feel so ashamed. I'm so sorry to the woman that I hurt. I feel so sorry to the man that I hurt. You don't hear any of that with Rachel. Her whole narrative is about her, me, I, blame, shame. That's why I'm like, Rachel, miss me with all of this, because you might be the biggest sociopath on this entire show. Jax might need to take some notes from you. Sandoval might need to take some notes from you, because Rachel, the way you're moving, you to me are the biggest sociopath on this entire show. Entire show. You might be the biggest one. For example, Kristen Doty. When she got caught, cheating with Jax on Stassi and everything, after they worked through everything, you could tell she was embarrassed and ashamed, and she felt really bad and all this stuff, and try to make it up. There's just things that people do, but when they're good in their core, not every action is good, because we're human beings and we mess up. But when you're good in your core, you feel guilt. You feel bad. I don't get any of that from Rachel. She is really cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and she's a scary being. I think she's the scariest one of all of them, to be perfect with you. Because Tom Sandoval, you can see through him, to me, he's textbook, low self-esteem, some narcissism, whatever the case. Again, I'm not a doctor, I don't diagnose, but clearly you can see through his BS a mile away. He's going to deflect. He's going to be a hypocrite. He's going to be self-righteous. He's going to be grandiose, blah, 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 blah. He's textbook. You see through him a mile away. Jax, same. He's going to be grandiose. He's going to deflect, but then he'll take accountability. He'll be contrite, blah, blah, blah. You see it again. Rachel, there's something else diabolical going on there with her. Something else is going on there. The disdain she still has for Ariana. Ariana didn't do anything to you, boo-boo. You slept with her man, not the other way around. So, girl, she just needs to go away. She needs to go away. And she can take Leah McSweeney with her. And at this point, she can take Bethany with her too. Because Bethany, we need to do a wellness check. What is going on with Bethany? She, in my Nene voice, she done lost it. Have you guys seen her on her TikTok and her Instagram and what's going on with her child? I'm not going to speak on her child because I don't speak on people's children like that. But we need to do a wellness check on Miss Bethany, because just because you have money doesn't mean things aren't going a little left. Money doesn't buy mental stability or happiness or whatever else the case may be. But we need to do a wellness check on her, because that's a lot. But that's kind of where I land with Rachel versus Ariana. When it comes to them, I'm team Ariana all day long. I think Rachel is lying. I don't think Ariana knew. Do I think that people knew? Yes. Do I think the signs were there? Yes. Do I think Ariana knew on some type of intuitive level, like how you always know? Yes. But do I think she consciously knew? No, not at all. I think she really was blindsided about it. I think she was drinking Tom's Kool-Aid. I think she was in full denial. Did she know intuitively? Yeah, we all know things intuitively, but did she know it on a conscious level? No. Do I think Sandoval was planned? No, because it was too, and another reason why I don't think it was planned, it was too seamless. It was just it just perfectly fell into place. It was too real for it to be faked. Because the shows now, you see, like the work is showing on all the shows. The work is showing all of the pre-planned BS, all of the fake fights and the storylines. It's so pre-planned. Like the work is showing. I could literally write the script for the next 7 episodes because we know what's going to happen. Scandival worked too perfectly to be anything but life. Do you see? So I don't think that was planned at all. I think Rachel is just wanting her 15 minutes to continue. I think she's a bitter Betty. I think she's pissed because Bravo didn't give her the big number she wanted to come back. I think that she wants to do a big settlement payout. That's why she's suing them. I think her podcast is whack as hell. I don't personally, and I will stand 10 toes down on this, I don't think she's a victim. I think she was a willing participant, and I think she's using a very convenient narrative in order to not take accountability for her own actions, because she's not moving the way victims or survivors move. And I will stand 10 toes down on that. I don't think she's a victim of anything. I really, really don't. That's just how I feel. So I don't know what you guys think. Put it down below. Let's see. I have been talking for 2 hours. Let's see. What else? What do you guys want to talk about? Does somebody want to come? Do you guys want to come up and talk? Do you want me to do another? I didn't do Kyle and Dorit. You know what? I'll do Beverly Hills another day. I'll drop the link in case anybody wants to come up and chat. But in the meantime, I'll say hello to everybody in the chat box. All right. Hi, Sadie's girl. What is up, sweetheart? Hey, Tay Tay. Hey, Foxy. Hi, IJ. How are you? Hey, Darren Hood. Darren says, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you. Yeah, my candy canes, you guys know. I don't know what it is, but I've always had like respiratory problems. So like in the winter times, you guys know I like have like my bad cough and all that stuff. So unfortunately it came back the last 2 weeks. So I'm trying to hang in there and come on as much as I can. Hey, Adam, what's up? Hey, Barbara.
Hey, Candy.
Hi, EA. Okay, go ahead. You sound off. Let me know what you want to talk about.
Okay, so in terms of the whole dynamic you were talking at the start with Nene and Porsha, I mean, it's a mess. I mean, I liked Nene personally on the show, but her mouth thought it was like the queen of the universe. I don't know how to describe it in a nice way. Literally, there was nothing that was going to come of any good of it. And personally, I don't like Porsha. I don't find her amusing to watch. I just think, she's just someone who married to be famous, and just with that Cordell guy, I'm surprised that she is one of, I think after Candy, is something like the second most followed housewife of them all. I mean, to me, I don't think she's aspirational or someone who, maybe she influences some people, but I don't really know what this whole dynamic with this Netflix film, but personally, even though I think Nene runs her mouth a bit too much, I kind of ditto her statement. I don't believe Portia's any star. I don't think she's, anything that's a miracle that is going to influence me or say tomorrow, oh yeah, that Porsha is someone who has changed my view on things. Like,
right.
Do you know what I mean? Hi, Natasha.
No, I definitely know what you mean. Yeah.
And also, to me, I kind of think with the whole thing when we're talking about a lot of these housewives who get their gig, and then get the fame and what have you, and then it goes over their head.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of think with for some reason with Atlanta and Beverly Hills, I don't know if it's just because they're the most viewed franchises, but the cast on those two shows kind of pretend that they're part of the A-list gang of Hollywood. And it's really annoying because literally, like, these clowns, aka Dorit, trying to always like compare themselves to like A-list celebrities. It's just it's an absolute joke. And I mean, as you were going to discuss it, you said you were going to discuss it in another video, but with the just one thing I wanted to say about Beverly Hills, was I personally can't comprehend the narcissism of that being Mauricio Umansky. I cannot comprehend it. It is beyond. He literally, Kathy Hilton said it best. Don't plunge, Rick's contacts, and he played dirty, and I feel that, quite frankly, there was just this energy about him that always, to me, screamed suspect. Watching it from the start to now, it's always, and even in that episode that people keep on flashing back to now, where Kyle and him are on this holiday or something, and they're on the sunbeds, and he's I've been approached for this company. He's trying to put on this fake naive persona, which loads of people seem to do nowadays. Trying to I don't know why there's any tension, I don't know why, and it's
I'm
like
confused.
Just zip it is what I would say to him.
Zip it, buddy.
I mean, what's your take on that?
My take is, anytime we see on these shows where they sort of have these heart-to-heart conversations, it's already pre-planned. Like, nothing on the show is spontaneous usually, unless they're trying to like expose somebody like that. So I definitely think it's like pre-planned, and it's always them trying to plant whatever spin or narrative around a particular subject that they want to get out there. So Mauricio's like, oh, we've been approached to have our own business, but we don't want to step on any toes, because he's trying to plant that narrative of like, I'm just this family man trying to, do good for my family, but I'm getting blackballed, but I don't want to, step on any business toes. So to me, it's just very pre-planned. And I think when it comes to like Mauricio and Kyle, I always thought that they would get back together and never divorce. I don't know why I still feel that way. I still think they're going to get back together, but I think right now Mauricio is just, I think Kyle gives him the ick right now. I think she took it too far. The whole like anger and Morgan and all of that stuff, I think she took it way too far. And I think that he just wasn't invested enough to like actually go to counseling or get help or anything.
It's because everyone now is saying, what's her name, Kathy Hilton, is evil and manipulative. Because you remember that season where he wasn't invited to Nikki Rothschild's wedding type of thing, how Kyle wasn't invited, then Kyle could only come without Mauricio.
Yeah.
People are going out of their way to dissect everything, saying how Kathy is now partially responsible for the Mo and Kyle breakup, and it's like, what
people? I need the source, because it's
all these people are saying now on the comments of how he's promoting his brand new show.
Yeah.
This brand new people are because all the interview bites now are not what the show entails. It's about why Kyle and him fell out of love and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
People are always commenting, I know Kathy's behind this, I know Kathy's involved, and Kathy controls Kyle, and it's just like, no, like, come on.
I feel like those are bots.
Like, I just don't understand it though. Like, just these people, and even in the interview clip in the preview for his brand new show, he said the words. I'm not going to say the curse word because I don't want you to get flagged. But I got effed by Hilton and Highland was his exact words. And I stand by that comment I said that Ariana needs to stop acting like it's called Ariana rules.
I agree 100%. It's like you can't expect everybody to like bow down to you when you're not showing them that same level of like love and compassion and loyalty. You can't expect it. You're not going to treat me like I'm an associate and expect me to treat you like you're my friend. I'm going to same energy. You treat me like an associate, you're going to be an associate. You treat me like a good friend, I'll give you that same friend energy. But I'm not just going to blindly be loyal to you when you're treating me like I'm just like a regular chick on the street. Well, then I'm going to treat you like a regular chick on the street because it is what it is. You know? So I agree.
But the craziest thing is that, you know, I agree with your perspective when it came to what's her name? Scheana. You know, she's a lot of things. She makes it about herself quite a bit, and what have you. But in the whole dynamics with the two of them, and I kind of think, you know, her being friends with Tom, you know, it's not your ideal session if you're in Ariana's case, but like from the perspective, I don't know exactly how many years longer that she knew Tom before she knew Ariana, but I believe it was something like half a decade longer at least. That's what
yeah. I mean, she introduced Ariana to Tom.
Yes.
And she got Ariana on the show.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. She because Ariana kind of got she was one of the easiest people, whilst you had people such as Lala, who wasn't like a proper cast member until season 6. She came on the show in season 4, but she had to like work. Like they gave Ariana pretty much an instant you can be a cast member, because back then the show was kind of I don't know if season 1 and 2 was such a massive hit, but in our way we didn't hear about Vanderpump Rules until about season 5. Like that
I watched from day 1, and I also listened to a lot of like their podcasts, and like a lot of the casting, which was the brilliance of Vanderpump Rules, was about because they really were friends. And it's like but like I said, all of them, they all were like came to LA to be actors. So it was all like the little like actor buddy friends. And there was even another woman, I forgot her name, but she's like really close to Lala. And she was supposed to be on the show, but she had booked some TV show, and her agents were like, no, you can't do a reality show because you're doing like this TV show. Then of course that TV show got canceled. She wasn't on it. And she's like now wanted to come back to like Vanderpump Rules now. So that's really what it was. It was like in the beginning, they were casting like real friends.
Yes. I mean that's kind of what I like, because that kind of is the same synergy with Made in Chelsea. I mean, with Made in Chelsea, at least the first, you know, they've made the show quite, you know how Vanderpump Rules back in season 7 and 8 like had 500 billion cast members at once. It's like that now with Made in Chelsea, but in the old Made in Chelsea, there was just the synergy of 12 people who actually knew of each other. Not all 12 of them were super best friends, but 6 were best friends, but they were friends with the other people, and the other 6 were close best friends, and the other people, and they kind of all meshed. And these two were the crossovers that introduced all 12 to each other, and they kind of just became inseparable. But you know, with every friendship group, it's not, in the words of Kathy Hilton, it's not all hunky dory.
Yeah. Speaking of Kathy Hilton, I think she did herself a disservice by coming to the reunion. She should have just left on a high note, because I love Kathy. I like Kathy, but it was a complete misstep for her to come on the reunion. She wasn't on the show, coming after Sutton, crying, being, you know, Kyle's bulldog, like, It's just it was a complete off-brand misstep, unnecessary situation.
I couldn't agree more. Like the to me the whole dynamic was kind of weird because, you know, Kathy Hilton, well, at least before she came on Beverly Hills, you know, I even knew of Kathy Hilton before I watched this show ever. And for some reason, Kathy coming onto this reunion, acting like, I wouldn't downgrade her to as much as a Nat, but kind of like being the bulldog.
Mhm.
I like that the description, the bulldog.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like that was more kind of like borderline kind of Dorit Nat kind of vibe, and it's just like, why are you doing that? And if anything, it was always, you know, even though she wasn't a cast member on the show, Kyle would always bring up Kathy in passing about,
Mhm.
and so would Kim in the early days of Beverly Hills, about how, I don't know if necessarily, I think envious is the right word, of how they were of Kathy, and but this whole let me go after Sutton, oh, I was gonna have words with her. I mean, I don't know.
Mhm.
I, for one, was like, why is she going? Like, why is she there? And I
Yeah, me
knew
too.
it was only to be Kyle's bulldog, obviously. And I was just
Mhm.
like, she was not on the show. I was like, this is dumb. This is weird. Like, I know she's Kathy Hilton, but no, you're not on the show, sweetheart. Look, what are you doing? Like, oh, Kyle needs someone. You know, a lot of cast members needed someone at some point in the show, and they didn't have a family member roll up or like some
Exactly.
powerful associate or whatever. Like, it was BS to me.
Agreed. 100%.
And not to disagree with you, Adam, but I'm going to disagree. Vanderpump Rules was amazing since season 1 off the jump. Everyone was obsessed with it over here, so don't even try it. I'm just kidding.
Well, I was just questioned. I said I didn't know because
I
I
remember when
literally,
it came on and it was like everyone was talking about like, what is this show? Because I remember like me and my friends and just people I know have been saying for years. Because I remember I was like a waitress in New York City and we were like, why does someone not make a show about this? Because everyone's trying to be someone when you are in a big city and everyone's trying to be someone. Everyone's dramatic. Everyone's type A, like personalities. Everyone's like scared, like, you know what I mean? It's just that kind of
Mhm.
show. So when it came on, we were like, finally, and we're like, yep, this is what it's like. And we're watching it, and like, yeah, it was good. But it was definitely a lot different then because one, they were all friends. Two, they weren't famous yet. And it's always
Mhm.
like a great, like a cooler experience to watch before that, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
because I when we got access to the streaming, because beforehand, like, we just kind of got it whenever it kind of was picked up. Kind of, we would get it about 6 months after you guys got it back in like the season 5, season 6 days. And when it got to season 8, they kind of gave us the streaming platform. Then I was able to watch everything from the start, and I was like, "This is cool." I hope this, you know, was after they got the season 2 picked up. You know, that's when I was hearing all these things about how egotistical Andy Cohen was triggered, how he wasn't like an EP on the show and all this stuff.
Well, yeah, but like what was so amazing about it was that too is how it started because we were watching Beverly Hills, right? And they were talking about how Brandy was like still going on, like because apparently it was like season 3 of Beverly Hills. I don't even know when.
Yeah, it was season 3. That's correct.
And she was on, and she was still like fresh off her divorce, and of course Lisa was like, you know, there's a girl at my restaurant. And really it was like it was obviously forced because we all know that, like, I don't know, I don't believe Scheana was the main girl who stole her man, you know. But anyway, she was down to confront her, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, the camera's moving to the kitchen and we're like, wait, what? It was cool at the time. But y'all, can you believe Kate has cancer now? What did we talk about that?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm just in total, shock. I mean, I feel I feel bad, but
So
unfortunately,
King Charles and Kate has cancer? That seems very weird.
King Charles had cancer a while back ago.
I wasn't aware it was a while back. I thought they were telling us we were only told very kind of like a few months ago.
I mean, I don't know the exact dates and what happened.
I don't think it's that weird. I think
I mean, in the UK,
I think he's had cancer for longer.
Long time. Yeah.
For a long time. And they purposely didn't tell, which is understandable. They don't have to be like, oh, I was diagnosed today and I'm gonna go tell the world I have cancer. So I think he had it and then they were probably treating it and he had it for longer. Whereas I think Kate's diagnosis was much more unexpected. Like I think that it was more of a shock. Like I personally believe what Kate said in her video where it was non-cancerous. She went in for a procedure and then and again, I don't want to get too far into it because we're talking about like somebody having cancer, but it just sounds more like
I know someone where that happened too, so it does make sense. Yeah,
she went in for the surgery. They probably did like a biopsy, thinking that whatever they took out was non-cancerous. They did the biopsy because it's like procedural, and then they were shocked that it actually was cancerous, and then she had to deal with that. That's what I think happened.
I think she's being honest. I mean,
yeah, I think so too.
I mean, like obviously the statistics will be higher your way because you've got five or six times the amount of population as we do here. But they were even just saying, all these people who think this is fabricated and what have you. If you actually look at the statistics in the UK alone, 1,000 people are told every single day that they've been diagnosed with cancer.
I mean, look at the poisons in our food and our skies. Like, it's no doubt. Like, we're lucky to like not have it at this point.
Exactly.
It's scary.
Exactly, and I just think kind of like all the people who are saying she's lying. I feel they're bored people, but I think
the problem is with that though. The problem is, I think Kate herself is being truthful. The problem is all of the BS that surrounded
led it up because that was sketchy.
Like if they had not done the like photoshopped Mother's Day picture, if they had not done the video from Christmas with her double, like selling it to TMZ and having TMZ break it out, where clearly that was not Kate in the video, clearly that was photoshopped. If they had not done all that, and if they had not thrown Kate under the bus, like she has cancer and she's dealing with, preventative chemotherapy and she's worrying about her children, and the Kensington Palace
and y'all are making her look bad out here.
Is putting out a fake tweet saying that she's like, oh, I was doing amateur Photoshop. Like, no, she wasn't doing amateur Photoshop. She was doing chemotherapy. Like that is where all of the conspiracies and the questioning now comes from, because it's like the boy who called wolf. You lie, you lie, you lie. And then the moment you're telling the truth, it's like, well, how do we know you're telling the truth? Because you just lied to us for months. This is what I think really happened with the whole Kate situation. I think it's that in the world we live in right now, we are, quote, celebrities, because they are celebrities, are so accessible. And we have this sort of parasocial relationship where we think that we have some sort of ownership or entitlement to everything that they do. And of course, that line gets blurred when you have royal people who literally their job is to serve and to be public. And that's what everything is going on. So when you have such accessibility to people, and then that person wants to create a boundary, we think, well, you're not entitled to that boundary. We own you because we pay you, which isn't true. But the world that we live in, we think that we should. And so once she created that boundary, and then once the palace started doing all this weird Photoshop stuff, then of course the internet is going to go wild with conspiracy theories. And again, I think multiple things can be true. Do I think Prince William had a thing with Rose? 100%. But do I think that is what gave Kate Middleton a mental breakdown? No. I thought she either really had passed, or she was really, really sick, or she was renegotiating her contract. And it turned out, unfortunately, it was the second, that she was really, really sick. But I thought it was one of those three things.
I
that,
laughed
like,
at your
something
contract
happened.
thing.
Well, I mean, she would be, honestly, to be honest with you, she would be really smart, because I think the silver lining, in my perspective, for her would be, wow, I'm really super powerful. Like, basically, the message was, you know, Kate is beloved, not just by England, but by the world.
We
And
haven't seen her in months, and people are
and
really
we were
affected by that.
demanding, we're like, show us Princess Kate, that she's beloved, you know, and that she is such a staple of the monarchy. And I do think that it ups
Her value.
if her value was ever in question, it's not anymore. And also with unfortunately King Charles's, you know, health, and I don't want to like put a value on somebody's life, like that seems really icky, but like, but it's gonna matter, because he's not going to be able to serve, and because he is sick, you know, and she is going to be queen probably sooner than they had hoped for, because nobody wants him to pass, obviously. But that does give her much more power to negotiate. And unfortunately, if we're being honest, all marriages are contracts. That's why you sign a contract. That's why it's called a marriage license. You know, all marriages are contracts, whether it's a prenup, whether it's a postnup, whether it's just the marriage license itself. They're all contracts. And in all relationship, whether it's romantic or business and romantic, you use different bargaining chips. Where are we going to raise the children? Where are they going to go to school? What religion will they be? What religion will they won't be? You know, all of those things are negotiations. And when you are married to the royal family, those negotiations might just have higher stakes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I'm sending love to Kate, and I'm sending her.
of course.
I have my own opinion on what I think she has, because to me, it's very clear what she has, but I'm not going to say it because I don't think it's my place to speculate on the type of cancer somebody has. So I'm not even going there.
I mean, but going back to Vanderpump.
Hard left, okay.
I'm just gonna say that. I'm like, you're hilarious, Adam.
You were saying earlier about
Adam is not trying to talk about his
like,
people.
Anyway, okay.
Yeah,
Which
he is trying to
Vanderpump,
change
Adam?
that subject.
Which Vanderpump?
I liked it when you were talking about being wise with money, and how, aka Scheana, did not do her due diligence when it came to Mr. Australian Brock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so can you go elaborate more on what you think? Okay, I guess, I mean, like, I could totally see it. Definitely O'Sheen.
Mm-hmm.
But
Would you?
I guess I could see it with Brock. I mean, like, I wouldn't be like shocked, but like it's not as obvious to me. I don't know if I missed it.
Have you seen him in his heels?
He has real heels?
No, he doesn't.
Let me see if I can find it.
Really?
I'm
Let me
done.
see if I can find it multiple times.
I thought you were talking metaphorically.
No, I was talking legitimate. Like, I was talking.
I'm done. I'm done. I
real.
honest to God thought you were talking metaphorically.
No,
I'm done.
no.
But are you sure, like, this wasn't as a Halloween costume or something? Like, because I don't know. It's I actually thought the same as Natasha. I thought you were talking.
No, y'all need to keep up. Y'all need to keep up.
I mean, look, I don't follow Brock on Instagram, so like I didn't really.
Well, you guys keep talking while I pull it together.
Because like there was this thing online when he first came on, whether that on season 9, I think. Was it season 9 or was it last season he first came? Season 9, right?
Season 9.
Yeah. That he wanted to marry or be with Scheana to secure a green card or something, because he claimed he had like some investment visa, but it was on its kind of last few months, and there was all this speculation of, you know, his intentions. And when you were saying also the fact how you mentioned with the brand new place that she purchased, she revealed, I think it was on a podcast or something, that his name's not on the property. I mean, that kind of says
I mean,
a lot to it, because the guy doesn't have this. I mean, they're not like, I'm not saying like if I was to marry someone, they had to earn the same like income level, like 100% to have their name on the property.
I know, but he has to show some effort. Like, she should
Yes,
not be
exactly.
crying, worried when she has a ready and able husband to like find work and blah, blah, blah. Like, he was on a season at that point. He should be able to hustle. Like, this is ridiculous.
Agree.
And for her to be that stressed, to have to Sandoval have to send her money is crazy.
Because
And like, picture like, I'm pregnant and I have to worry about a friend when I have a husband just sitting there going dirt. Like, what?
Because
That's crazy.
That part. If I'm sitting here pregnant with
business.
your child, he needed to be the one to figure out.
Even if he has to work 24 hours a day, like, that was like, as a man, like, how could he even sit there and be like, oh, well, Sandoval sent us a couple thousand, yay. Like, what?
It's ridiculous.
I mean, like, I don't know exactly what. Maybe he was trying, maybe he was failing. I don't know, but like, he should have been working any job. Like, I'm sorry.
I mean,
these people are entitled sometimes.
I mean, like, I don't know if he like passed.
Here is his heels, and he wears them a lot. He wore him at BravoCon, and then he also wore I gotta find what he was wearing at
So he's not tall.
I like the arrows.
No, he is tall.
He's not tall because Scheana's very short.
She's
and they're
heels.
both wearing heels, and Scheana's like not that much shorter to me.
He's been.
I guarantee he's probably 5'10", and he wears heels to be like 6 because he wants to be like Jason Momoa or whatever.
Scheana. What is she?
All I gotta say
1.6, 5'5" is Scheana. Okay.
I think O'Sheen, I think Brock, and I think Wes from Summer House.
Who's O'Sheen?
O'Sheen's from Southern House.
Oh, you think Wes is?
And he's Brock Davies' friend.
I only know Wes because
O'Sheen was on an episode of season 9, and he's the one who slapped Charlie's butt.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one person who Charlie had an issue with Scheana going, he just slapped my butt and I don't even know him.
Oh, that guy.
At the barbecue. That was literally O'Sheen.
I must say he did give off some camp vibes, but okay.
No, but he is. You should watch him on Southern Hospitality. It's very sus. There's some sausage.
I only know about. I actually thought the same thing about the rest, the West guy, because I only saw him because what's her name, the Sierra Miller, like she featured him on her story.
Yeah, no, Wes, totally. Yeah.
Remember how and then when he fell asleep next to Kyle and he put his leg all over him?
And Kyle woke up and was like, excuse me?
I mean,
and he's like, what?
I guess nowadays, some people are just so sexually fluid. I don't know. Like, but I mean, this is still hard to comprehend this.
And wait, real quick, disclaimer. When we talk about sex or sexuality, it's from a place of inclusion for all of our newbie candy canes. So you guys know it's not disrespectful or inflammatory or anything like that. But we talk about it all because we love all. So just a disclaimer for any of our new candy canes.
And clearly Brock is not portraying himself as anything other than straight. And wanting to love Scheana. So that's why we're making observations where we're like,
I mean, it's quite strange because
oh my god, my voice, I can already hear it. It sounds like a literal lumberjack because I've had a cold for like a week. Sorry guys.
Oh my gosh, welcome. Like me too. Like I've been like I need to go live. There's nothing going on, but then I like physically don't have the energy.
Yeah, I didn't have the energy. It's just my nose, and then like it's dripping in my throat, and I'm coughing. It's like endless.
Same. Let's watch this video real quick.
What was the business you said that Scheana helped invest in Brock or something?
I'll tell you after this video. Stay behind, guys. Stay behind.
Okay, you guys have to check this out. Brock, what are those? Wait, hold on. The jumper, the lace. What? Pop off, queen. Okay, alright. I mean, do you, boo-boo? Look at them shoes. Look at them heels. Those are heels. Okay. Alright, serving cunt, I guess, bro. Those are at least 3 inches, right? At least, right? It's not even a kitten heels. Those are heels. I mean, again, go off, queen. Do you, boo-boo. They're kind of cute, though.
Yeah, he's not tall. That a tall man would never do that. That is very
Pop
weird.
queen. That's what I thought too, with the black lace and everything. I was just
Liberace
like,
heels. What is going
pop
on?
queen. That's why I was like, okay, Brock, I see you, boo boo, and I also see O'Sheen. O'Sheen, I thought was out on the show, but then he was like hitting on women. I think he's bi on the show. O'Sheen.
How
I
do you
don't think
spell
he
his-
says that. I think he suggests that kind of.
I think it's like implied, right?
Yeah,
How do you spell his
I got
name?
that vibe.
O'Sheen. How do you spell that?
Oh,
It's
it's
probably
Irish, right?
It's Irish. So good luck trying to spell
O'Sheen.
it because it's not going to be phonetically. It's probably like
I have no idea how to spell it.
because you know how the Irish language is very
O'Sheen.
hard.
Oisin.
OSI.
Oh, I thought it was like
Oisin.
the Gaelic way, and I was
Because
like, oh my gosh.
Roisin is the male and Roisin is the girl.
Like, what in the Elton
Shout out
John
to Missy.
Liberace?
Thank you so much for being my mom. She goes, Prince would be proud. Exactly.
Right? It's like, what in the Liberace Elton John is that going on here?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he's not tall because tall guys would never do that. That's very weird. Only short guys wear heels. I've never seen men that do that. And look at the outfit he's wearing. And with heels?
I know.
What? Those are like a cool 3 inches.
Hey, Tay Tay. Thank you for being a new channel member. I appreciate you, sweetheart. Thank you, Tay Tay. Look, short or not, no. Come on now. Like, come on. Short men lifts in their shoes. They don't wear high heels. Okay.
She called them kitten heels. She's like,
okay, pop off, queen. I told you, but
yeah, very
okay,
weird.
Brock, live your best life. We don't judge over here. Live your best life. We accept everybody.
I mean, in the Still to Come trailer, she even
off,
like,
queen.
says, I don't
Pop
even
off,
see
queen.
us being together forever. I mean, that kind of said it all to me. I mean, the guy. I mean, as you said, that app thing, a fitness app or something, isn't it? You mentioned.
Yeah, that didn't work. This is the thing, though. It's like Scheana invested her money into the app, and that did not work out. And then now he was gonna do something else. I forgot, but I don't think that worked out. And then now he's allegedly selling TV shows. But again, it's like, would he have those doors opened if he was not on Vanderpump
No, the
Rules
answer is
with
no.
Scheana? And like, I get it. It's okay for like your partner to help you have a come up, but only if your relationship is healthy and supportive, which is obviously not. And I think that there's a bigger reason why Scheana doesn't want to leave her child alone with, it seems like she doesn't want to leave her child alone with him. Did you guys pick up on that?
I
Like, to
didn't,
me,
but
it's-
now I can maybe see it.
It seems to me there seems like something bigger and deeper going on. Like, why is he so adamant that the child doesn't, that her mother doesn't help with the child? Like, I'm super confused.
And the sisters.
You know what I mean? And, or the friend
Yeah.
or the sister or whatever it is. Why is he
Weird.
so adamant that they have to hire an external person? Where I would think anybody would feel more comfortable with family.
Well,
it seems
we
like
know
they're
he's
close.
not too protective over kids in general because he could care less about his other two.
Right.
Yeah.
But she's not asking him to babysit. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like she's like, you babysit, and he's like, no, I want to hire someone. She's like, I want my mother to.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's something deeper going on.
I think he's
where
sick of her
she
family.
Doesn't feel comfortable. I also think that he doesn't I think he thinks that if they hire a nanny, he can control the nanny.
Yeah.
And he
Because he
doesn't.
doesn't like not having control, even though he
Mhm.
doesn't want to do the work to be in control.
Mhm.
Yeah. But can I say something? So
Yeah,
I
of
went on
course.
like a roller coaster with like the Ariana thing.
Okay.
So, okay, so there's like layers to this, right?
Okay.
So if Ariana wasn't Ariana, and
Okay.
just if you look at it at face value,
Okay.
I would agree with her in the way where if any of my friends had the audacity to come up to me and say, you know what, I'm really struggling with the friendship of I had with your psycho ex.
Wait,
And
wait,
I'm really
wait, Natasha, wait. Before you do that, are we talking that all of the things are the same?
no. I'm just talking about surface value because at first I was just like looking at that, and then I'm
No,
like,
but I
wait,
mean,
no,
what I mean by that is I need to know, like, by surface
no,
value,
they're
you mean
not
that,
all the
like,
same.
okay, well, you need to give like what is the same and what's not the same.
Just like a major betrayal, but then there are layers to it because the friend was friends with them. But at the end of the day, you got to look at it too, even though the hypocrisy is endless with Ariana. So it's almost like you can't. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to contradict myself. Basically, is what I'm going to explain. But
Okay.
like on a surface level, it's like Ariana doesn't want. She's not the person to talk to you about Tom. Like she's just not. Like
Mhm.
you like find someone else. Like you should understand that. But on the other hand, like X, Y, and Z of what Ariana was doing, how she's a total hypocrite, how like what she did to Katie, like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm friends with her. That was Katie's husband. Are you joking? Like, you're right. I honestly feel like Ariana's on her way out of the show. I mean, the show's
Mhm.
on the way out,
Yeah.
but I really feel like she's done with these people. I really feel like she's just starting her new
I
life.
think she's
I
gonna
can see her
pull.
moving to New York.
I think she's gonna pull a Bethany Nene where she thinks she's like bigger than the show, and she's gonna leave the show. And if the show continues, at some point, she's gonna realize she's not and want to come back.
Yeah, I agree.
But the thing is she's like love her or hate Bethany. Bethany had way more personality than Ariana ever could.
Oh, for sure.
Sure.
Oh, for sure.
So like
Oh,
even
for
if
sure.
people didn't like her, there was enough people that did like Bethany because she was a character. She was polarizing, but she had personality at least. Ariana never had personality. She kind of had a bad
did you
attitude most of the time. She came across like one of those girls that were like competitive with other women and
Mhm.
like didn't like them. Like the first thing she said, I'm prettier than like regardless of if that was true or not, the fact that she just like openly said that, knowing that Kristen was dating him, like that was her boyfriend. Oh, I'm prettier than you, I'm better. Like you sound like a competitive, like pick me.
I mean, the thing is, the only thing that gave Ariana any type of anything was Scandival. Like, let's just call
Exactly.
a thing. Without Scandival, Ariana, what? Pfft.
And
Like,
think about if she
yeah,
never dated Sandoval, who would she be? Like, she has no
yeah.
personality. She wouldn't be on the show. Like, she would probably been on the show for one season and bounced because, like, she's not that friends with anyone else other than Scheana, and that was like barely the case.
And I
Only
think that
because she
friendship
needed
might
her at the
be
time.
that friendship might be over.
Yeah, because she needed her at the time. She didn't know
Yeah.
anyone. Scheana had a leg above her at the time. And so, yeah, they bonded. And Sheena also needed someone at the time,
Right.
because she
Yeah.
was on the outs with the groups. So I feel like that's how they bonded. Like they both kind of needed each other. I never saw but then there was multiple seasons, especially even like 3, 4, 5, 6, where we saw things where it's like, are they that good of friends?
I mean, I think their friendship kind of. I think the main reason why they kind of was like, in this whole dispute in the first place was that in some ways they kind of were a trio. I mean, Sheena and as Candy was saying earlier, Tom and was always kind of good to Sheena, and
Yeah.
then Sheena and Ariana kind of had the duo she introduced, as we know, to Tom and what have you. I mean, to me, I still feel that she wasn't the worst cast member, but she isn't like someone who ever to me was like, okay, yeah, they're entertaining. You know, to me that after
She was just there.
She could have been a friend of.
yeah, to me, kind of like
Totally.
it's the same kind of vibe with you know, if it wasn't for her relationship with Tom, she would have pretty much been like some weird version of I don't know Crystal from Beverly Hills, because she's never given main energy. She just gives a friend of guest energy, like the muse.
Yeah, she didn't have star power to me.
And
100%.
And to me, I kind of think, you know, love her or hate her. I know, Natasha, you're not a big fan of Lala, but to me, she's the most.
I normally am, but she's just annoying me this season.
She's the realist. She spells it out. I mean, I'm looking forward to the reunion. I can't wait to see Lala just spelling it out. She's a realist.
Do you think that do you think Ariana really told her off? Or do you think it was just them going at it and then clearly they're not friends? Like mutual combat.
I think it was mutual combat, because I don't see Lala bowing down to Ariana.
Getting told off without, getting it through punches in herself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the whole dynamic with Katie, I kind of don't understand. I mean, the whole business plan in the first place kind of just sound like a setup for disaster. Firstly, there was like no layers behind it. It's just let's open some random sandwich shop. And two,
no, see, I disagree with that. I think the business plan was really cute, and I think that it really would. I think the biggest problem is that Katie aligned herself with someone who fundamentally did not like her. And you don't have to be friends with your business partner, but there can't be animosity.
There's too much history of animosity.
You can have a professional relationship with someone and get it done, or you could be really good friends and it has a healthy working dynamic. But I personally would never go into business with someone who does not like me. And Katie may have been in denial, maybe she didn't want to admit it, but Ariana doesn't like Katie. She still doesn't like her. Look, are we watching the same show? She tolerates her because she needs an ally, but she does not like her.
Exactly. But to me, that's kind of what I don't kind of understand, is that like the business model may have been cute and what have you, but the two of them together just kind of equal chaos. You know, the whole dynamic, and as you reminded me about that whole thing, how she didn't turn up until like the last second of that business meeting or whatever, and like was like complete no-show. I mean, that kind of says it all. I mean,
yeah.
And to me, I kind of feel, you know, doing business, you don't, as you said, you don't kind of have to be best friends. But if you don't have synergy, then why the hell are you starting a business? Like,
exactly.
You gotta have synergy. Synergy is the key. I mean, that's what kind of brings. Even if you don't own a business and you work for a company, if you're not going to cooperate with a team, then you're redundant to the company, and to just in that sense, I don't. To me, I feel that both of them. I said it earlier in the chat that I think Katie and Ariana actually had more similarities in a negligent way than any positivities. Then I just feel kind of these two people. You know, Ariana always like, I'm the queen of the show. Let's pretend it's called Ariana Rules. And Katie just has this, you know, it's a slight upgrade from classless Kristen, but you know, it's this obnoxious disposition that she's always had. You know, while someone like Scheana, she may be a person who gets into everything and makes it all about her, but she doesn't kind of have this total obnoxious vibe, and to me that's kind of what I get from Katie. And when even
I definitely get obnoxious vibes from Scheana though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying total obnoxious vibe is what I get from Katie. I just don't.
You just don't like Katie.
Just say it. Because you're not giving any actual facts. You're just like saying.
Okay,
you just don't like her.
She kind of I mean, I'm glad that Lala spelled it out in the latest episode.
No, but then they had a really good heart to heart.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
They both
because,
said it to each other, like equally.
But in terms of the dynamics though of this cast, like, you know, the show is getting good views, but in terms of it getting a season 12, I mean, what on earth would that be like? You know, Brock and Scheana aren't clearly happy together. James
Do you
and
guys?
Ali, and I mean, with Ali, I don't even know like why she's there, but anyways, but you know,
Do you guys believe in what what's his face Andy said? How the second half of the show is so good and what blah blah last 7 episodes.
I think Andy just doesn't pay attention to social media, and we already know what's going to happen the second season. I think he's talking about Katie and Tom hooking up with the same girl,
Which is so fake.
which is so fake, and we already knew that.
It's that
Like,
babysitter girl.
I knew that like 6 months
You
ago.
did. I can literally vouch for that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, who? And you're like, yep, that's what I heard. And I was like, oh.
Weirdly, when I heard him on his there was this recommendation video on YouTube of a clip from his radio show, and I was just, because I was like, okay, they filmed the reunion quite early. Usually they just do it a month before it. They've done it like in the middle of the season, and I was like, okay, it's interesting why the timing. He said at the very end of the reunion, surprisingly, the two who he felt had the best time there was Lala and Katie. And even if I don't like Katie, I'm just saying that's what he said. He said that Katie was the person. He said those two girls were the ones who impressed him the most. So I'm intrigued.
Wait, who said that?
Andy Cohen.
Said what?
Lala and Katie were the ones who impressed him the most at the reunion.
Okay.
I
just don't take anything Andy Cohen says
Me
seriously.
neither. It's so dumb.
He doesn't know what's going on. Like even
He
on,
literally doesn't.
Even on Watch What Happens Live, like he doesn't know what the hell is going on his own show.
He's literally only told in his ear, like that's it.
Yeah, like when it's happening, he has no idea what's going on. It's giving...
And he like literally just like puts on an act and pretends to know, and that's why it comes across a little off sometimes.
Yeah, and I feel like the people who work for him are kind of like tired of him and tired of covering for him.
I mean, whoever works in his show probably falls asleep. I don't know, but
yeah, because he doesn't know what's going on. Like it was so embarrassing. They did this like one game and they used this like graphic. I forgot what the graphic was, and Andy was like so excited. He was like, "Whoa, that's the coolest thing ever! Save that graphic!" Blah blah blah. And then they said in the air, "Yeah, we used this graphic last week for like a different game." And he was like, "Oh, okay." Like didn't know what the hell was going on.
He like phones it in. I feel like he doesn't even watch the shows, and he just
what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of think with the out of these whole situations,
wait, are you still getting a lot of ads, Natasha? Anytime I do pop culture, for whatever reason, the ads go nuts.
Oh my god, the ads were going crazy.
I was talking about Kate Middleton because the last time I did it, we were talking about like Jay-Z and Beyonce and all that stuff, like stuff I usually don't cover on my channel. The ads were going nuts, and now I think because I did Kate Middleton.
Like every time, like it was like every 3 minutes, it was really bad for a hot second. I was like, I'm about to throw my computer out the window.
Yeah, it's when I do the.
It slowed down though, which is funny.
It's when I do, because we're not talking about it, right?
Yeah.
It's like whenever I do pop culture that's not just Housewives, the ads go crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
like...
go ahead.
I mean, one of my favorite things you said before you had us on was what was it? Jack's the hobo, and you should take notes from. What was he gonna say? What you know?
Yeah, I forgot that Jax is all in the mix now, and apparently he's on the hate train of Katie, and he's like joining forces with. Okay, so there's so have you heard the latest?
No. Well, tell us.
Well,
What did
Jax, well, the Valley premiere was at Jax's bar, right?
Yeah.
So there was like a podcast dude that was there, and apparently Jeremy, um Ariana's brother, was there, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, because he works there or something now, and he was just like kind of being buddy buddy with Tom and blah blah, and the podcast dude was like, "Hey, good to see you," and then all of a sudden you just kind of started saying stuff. Like apparently he's like, "Well, my sister hasn't called me back."
Wait 1 second. Trisha says, "Stage the ovarian cancer survivor right here." We love you, Trisha. Sending you so much love.
Love
And
you,
then-
and I
Love
think
you.
Amy
and then
too.
Amy says, 2-time ovarian and uterine cancer survivor here. Oh, we're sending you so much love.
Love you both.
Love you both. Love you both. I just saw those comments, so I wanted to give you guys shout outs and send you love and light. And thank you for sharing. And we love you.
Love survivors.
Love you. Yes. Okay.
But so yeah, so like, and they were like, okay, so the person who did it was the Instagram account that did a lot during like I don't know, I don't want to say their name on your podcast, but whatever.
Okay.
But and she was like, okay, so let's not jump because we know family situations are complicated and whatever. But apparently, so he's like acting a little petty and kind of being like okay with Tom right now because apparently he's mad at Ariana because she hasn't returned his phone calls and it's like being distant. I think she's like, I think she's just like literally distancing herself from everybody. And I think she has an outlet to do so. She has a show. It's probably going to her head.
Her own brother.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Like, that's weird. Like, okay, you're being rude to Scheana. We get it. You never liked her to begin with. You used her. But like your brother, like, why are you being rude to your family? Because I could understand it if they didn't have a good relationship to begin with. I would understand.
He lived with them, for God's sake. Like,
right.
That's
that's my point. It's like if you had a bad relationship to begin with, because just because someone's your family doesn't mean you have to have them in your life. But they were always really close.
So it's weird. Yeah, I was really shocked by it.
That's the weird part, because she even got him a job when they were on Pump Rules and stuff. And didn't he date or hook up with Billy?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And then Stassi called him weird or creepy.
Yeah.
And it was a whole thing.
It was a whole thing. And she was like defending her brother. So like, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
So yeah, it's really weird. So I don't know. I just get the vibe from her that she is kind of like on this road and she's just like separating herself. She doesn't want anything to do with anyone her whole life. That's the vibe I get.
Weird. That's weird. I mean,
brother thing, I mean, that just says it all, really.
Yeah, I mean,
that's probably why she's leaving Katie hanging, and like it's just like, and she's like, I'm sorry, when you're in the world and you're on the stage and you're around like professionals in a craft that you've always wanted to be, she's definitely getting caught up. You know what I mean? I can definitely see that happening. Plus, her man's in the city. It's probably like a dream come true right now.
You don't do that with there's something bigger going on with the family. For her brother to say that, did he say that, or did this podcaster assume?
No, he said that. Jeremy was like, so are you and Tom? He's like, I lived with them too, and all I gotta say is, I'll be happy to talk about it if she would call me back. She hasn't called me back in 2 months or something. That's what he said out of his mouth.
Yeah, then that's something going on with her.
It's very strange.
I don't think Daniel really likes her either. I think Daniel just got caught up in something, and then he realized, I can't break up with her because that would ruin me. I might as well.
He got stuck.
It's a Morgan Wade situation. I'm just gonna ride. I'm gonna ride it.
He didn't realize how stuck he was until it was too late.
Yep. Okay. I don't think he's that into her.
Oh my God, I just heard little Adam's voice. Oh, damn.
Adam, are you ready for FMK?
Yes.
Because we got to do it now, because I've been on here for 3 hours and my body is about
to shut down. You're a hustler.
I know. I need to take some NyQuil.
My body's about to shut down. Okay. 1, 2, 3. FMK, Scheana, Ariana, or Katie?
Okay, ladies first.
We're both ladies. Which lady?
How about Natasha? I nominate you as tribute. I nominate you as tribute.
I just look at like who I like the best, and it's hard.
It's hard, right?
And it's really hard. Who I like the least? Damn. Honestly, I would think I would marry Scheana.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
AKA I like her the best. And then I don't know.
I'm intrigued to know which one you're going to kill.
Right? I don't know.
Take out. Say take out, not the K.
No longer here. Okay.
Yeah.
Unalive.
Mortalized. I don't know.
I don't know. I'll just take them both out, to be honest.
Oh my God.
A double.
Amy says she would F Scheana, marry Katie, and take out Ariana. Dun 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 dun. That's good. I would marry Scheana for sure. I would take out Ariana, and I would have I would F Katie because I feel like she's gotten the practice with the lady pond.
Ooh.
Even though I think she's faking it.
Oh yeah, so wait, Natasha, do you buy the lesbian storyline of Katie?
I think that maybe she does do that, but I think this particular one is fake.
Interesting.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
Because I can picture her doing that. However, this was very fake.
Yeah.
Interesting. I would marry Scheana. I mean, as much as I probably would like lose all my assets in like a 5-second divorce, but I will F Ariana, and I will kill.
Take out.
I would.
Adam, keep up with it, okay?
Come on, Adam. She said,
Adam,
"Don't say the K word."
Mortalize. Katie.
Okay, wait. Say it again because now I forgot what she said.
Yeah, me too. Because we were.
Okay, I will marry Scheana and probably like lose a lot of stuff in divorce later in life.
Mm-hmm.
But I will F Ariana and I will.
We knew who you were gonna kill, Adam.
You just said it, Natasha.
What?
The K word.
Oh my God! After I just yelled at her, I'm a mess.
No longer with us, and is in some apartment in heaven or something. Katie.
Okay, you guys ready for the last one of the night?
Yes.
FMK, Mauricio Umansky, Tom Sandoval, or Brock. I wear high heels. Pop off, queen.
Like, look at that outfit and then know that he's wearing high heels. That is crazy. That is unhinged. That's absolutely unhinged.
The moment I realized that him and O'Sheen were friends, I knew something about Brock.
It was a wrap.
And then he started wearing the heels and the lace, and I was like, confirmed.
Where's the lace? I never saw the lace.
He was wearing the lace on the after show. Remember the video I played?
Yes, that was mad.
I heard her say the lace, but I wasn't sure what she, because I couldn't see because it's so small.
His top. He's wearing like
satin lace.
It's a very effeminate.
It's a look. It's a look that
that's
normally.
That's why she was like, "Pop off, queen."
So yeah. Can you send me that video later, like tomorrow?
It was giving Dancing Queen.
Yes, sir.
YMCA.
Okay, Natasha, who are you picking?
Okay.
And don't say the word.
This is very difficult.
Amy says she's going to F
Very.
Tom, she's going to marry Mauricio, and she's going to take out Brock.
Um,
I can see that. God. And then she's vomiting.
I get really weird
We
vibes
love
from
you.
Mauricio
We love
too.
you, Amy.
Amy,
Does that make sense?
Amy called him Marion. That's funny.
So it's almost like I'm like, because he seems like the obvious choice.
Wait, so what?
Mo seems like the obvious choice to marry, but the thing is with me is that I get like really like dark vibes from him. So this is what's making it difficult.
Okay.
You could be Kyle for the day. I don't know.
I mean, but then again, the other two are just ridiculous.
I'm sure Candy already has her mindset on what she's gonna pick.
I do.
Maybe you can give Natasha and I some.
Sorry, I had to cough. Okay. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna have to marry Mo. We're gonna have to do it. I'm gonna F Tom, and Twinkle Heels is gonna have to go.
What? Why would you put Brock in the apartment in heaven instead of Tom?
Brock is strange. I mean, that's strange. I'm sorry, that's just strange to me. That's something unhinged. And I know that Tom is unhinged too, but I feel like he would give some effort.
Yeah, you just got to get Tom in front of a mirror and he'd go nuts.
I'm dead. I mean, I'm unalive.
Give you a show with that one.
Right? I'd be like, oh Lord, here we go.
Right,
yeah,
me,
that's my.
No, keep going, Tasha.
No, I'm all done. That's my vote.
For me, I'm the same. I would marry Mo so I could divorce him and take half of all that blood money he has. And I would definitely shag Sandoval. And I would take out Brock because Brock has violence in him that I don't feel comfortable with. I wouldn't be surprised if, and again, I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying this is how I feel. And not just because he's already had a DV against him for assaulting his baby's mother, which he does have and did. There's just knowing that and just his energy. There's a violence in him that
there's a ticking
me.
time. It's a ticking time
I would
bomb.
not be surprised if he has, in my opinion, Brock, don't come at me, been violent with Scheana. I think she's blaming her OCD and her nervousness and her loss of weight and anxiety and stress a lot on Sandoval, but I think the majority of it is actually from within the house, like the calls coming from inside the house. I think a lot of her super weight loss, her OCD, her not wanting to leave her child alone with anybody but her mom. I think something is happening or has happened in her household with him that is causing all of this. And I think that she uses the excuse. Is Sandoval a part of it? Yeah. Is the whole restraining order part of it? Yeah. But I think she's using that as an excuse when I think the call is coming from inside the house. There's something very scary about Brock and dangerous about Brock. Him and O'Sheen. They both get very belligerent. They're both very disrespectful, particularly to women. The way O'Sheen spoke to the women on Southern Hospitality was
crazy
and wrong. The way he doubled down at the reunion saying they need to know their place. I'm like, excuse me, sir, you pour milk on yourself on fans only. Like, get the hell out of here. Know your place.
He pours milk. Okay.
There's something very
off,
violent that I feel in O'Sheen and in Brock.
And
because the moment that they were friends, I was like, now it all makes sense. So miss me with him. I would take him all the way out. And sure, people can change, but I don't think Brock has. I think the fact that he physically assaulted his baby's mother and abandoned his children with no regard, and look at the way he treats and speaks to Scheana, the way he spoke to her on camera in public, Imagine what he does off camera in private. And even Scheana said it. She says, I don't want a nanny because I don't want people to see how we fight. Remember she said that on the show?
Doesn't she say something else coming up where she's like,
I don't think we're going to
see.
make it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But when she said she didn't want a nanny because she didn't want people to see how they fought, you got to listen to what people are telling you.
Yeah, that's bad.
And she said that on camera.
Yeah.
You got to really listen to what people are telling you, and especially somebody with a history of violence. So, no, Brock, we could take him out. Sandoval, I
Yikes.
wouldn't really do anything with him. I would just like let him like. No, I'm serious. Like, wait, what? Why are you laughing at me?
He could like paint my nails or something.
Like for real, right? Like we could just like have like fun, do like facial.
He could braid my hair. Yeah, we could do masks.
Nails. We could do like shiny stuff. He could put like, you know, sparkle lights up or something. And like he could do stuff and like I would like watch, but like we wouldn't have to do anything together. So that's why I would pick him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Mo, I would just marry and divorce, no prenup, take half of his junk, call it a day.
Half of his junk.
Don't even need to consummate the marriage.
Junk, Adam. Ew, get your mind off the gutter. I meant like his money.
Brock looks like a serial killer in that picture.
He kind of looks like one of those characters that could be in Assassin's Creed or something. Like,
yeah, but then picture it like that half, the top half, and then the bottom half is in kitten heels.
I mean, this is
unhinged.
This is a tough selection here. I mean, like this is actually like criminal, but it's amazing at the same time.
Criminal.
Every
time I laugh, I have to cough.
I mean, I would like, you know, $50 million in my pocket after a divorce. I'm with and yeah, I mean, out of all of them, he would be the only one that there's obviously that narcissistic side that we all know that Mauricio has, but out of these three, he's kind of the only one that would even, I don't know, marrying the other two, that's beyond. I mean, and oh my god, so left with this Tom. If it was the other Tom, that would have been a lot easier, but if it was Shorts, but with this guy and
gosh,
and with as who James called the ogre.
That bun isn't even a cute bun in the back, for a man bun.
No, he's too violent. There's something violent in him. And in my gut, I think he's probably done something to Scheana. Or something has happened. I don't think she went OCD and lost all this weight and is like a freaking mess because of Scandival. I think it's the calls coming from inside the house.
I mean, from my perspective,
okay.
In terms of
I'm dead.
Basing it on looks, like, you know, the personalities of both of them are appropriate. Allegedly, I believe kind of I kind of see that as well. Allegedly, he probably, you know, with his past, you know, people change, but people don't change that much, so you don't know. But from just basing it on looks, I mean, I guess Brock has a slightly better jewel.
You know what's throwing me off too? Imagine posing for a portrait like Sandoval right now and smiling that big for posing.
I mean, his smile, the sad
like that is just weird.
I mean, Brock gives off the serial killer Assassin's Creed vibe, like, or just one of the
Yas Queen edition.
One of the mugs in a Call of Duty game that's like one of the prison guards, but like he kind of gives that Death Stare vibe. But Sandoval's kind of got this creepy smirk. Like, to me, I mean, but you know what? if I had to send one of these to heaven,
That is
it,
so funny the
it,
way you
uh,
say that.
it would be the one that wouldn't break the bed. You know, to be honest with you, I'd be worried that, you know, I don't know, like how strong beds are. Like
What is happening?
but like the mattress probably will like give up in 5 seconds if I was in the bed with Brock. I don't know, like he
Okay.
Well,
the,
that's what I mean. Like, where is this going? Your explanation is hilarious.
to
It's
me.
taking a turn I
What
didn't.
is happening, Adam?
Yeah, it's taking a turn I didn't expect.
But
So
What is happening?
I mean, I'm surprised that Sheena's bed doesn't break all the time. Like this, and he's also one of the. He's also a bit, but he's also just kind of got that weird kind of sus look. Like Mauricio has a sus look, but at least there's some coin in there to marry.
wait,
But,
you guys. CNN is claiming that Kate's lied about cancer now.
no, they're not.
CNN?
That's
CNN?
what it says.
What says? Is there like an official post by them for sister?
Man,
But no,
cancer.
I would say I would send on the condition that as Candy said with Sadaful, he could just be the.
Okay, maybe I'm lying because I just saw someone saying that.
No, we gotta verify. CNN just says the Princess of Wales cancer diagnosis is what we know.
But yeah, if he's that maid person type of vibe, then Sadaful.
But maybe they said it on like a broadcast, like one of the broadcast people, like, or maybe like a spokesperson came on and got a little sassy about it, or
well, I don't know. Some people on YouTube.
Maybe it wasn't like official print version.
But that's what we need, though.
I know.
But that's insane.
There's so much fake news.
But they talk about what about the mother? Not that I believe CNN and everything they say, but it says they talk about the stuff we said. It's like, okay, she does, that makes sense now, but like, can we talk about all the crazy stuff that happened beforehand, like the Mother's Day photograph and like everything? It's like that wasn't normal.
No, I agree. But like for them to say like CNN is debunking it, we need like an actual.
That needs to be in print.
Yeah, that needs to be in print.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just having a panel discussion.
Either you have the screen record of a podcast or something like that, or you see it in print. Like to me, I don't know. I mean, it isn't like CNN meant to be like what you guys view as like the most reputable news source of all your.
No, well, I mean, like I don't.
What
I do.
What, like, would you trust it over Fox News? Put that way.
I don't trust either one.
Because, you know, to me, it seems a fairly reputable, you know, organization that people.
Yeah, that's when you're like CNN. I was like, CNN said that. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, like you know, it's kind of to me, it's like in my way, is if the BBC said that, then everyone will kind of like throw a dagger. Like
CNN's not exactly what I call a conspiracy theorist. So for them to say that, that would be very weird.
Yeah.
But
it's like for pop culture, it's like when it's in People magazine is true.
But on the next live, as you've been hustling for like 3.5 hours now, that couples edition what I sent you.
Yes.
The couples edition FMK we'll have to do on a different occasion. Because
couples edition, what the?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta do a recap of the latest with Beverly Hills. I'm gonna watch Buying Beverly Hills season 2. Just to see what it says. I want to watch that.
I want to see that.
And I'm going to do the Valley. And
I was just going to ask you, are you going to do the Vals?
I'm going to do the Valley, and I'm going to do
the Valinator.
A viewer request on Peter being on Pump Rules.
Oh God, he claims that they wanted him to film with the cast full time for free. It's what he said in the interview.
Yeah, but I think there's a reason why they iced him out. I think there's a big reason
Why?
why.
Is there
Well, he
something
was their
scandalous
boss.
about him?
Well, he was the boss of them, and kind of they couldn't do anything scandalous around him because he would just tell Lisa.
No, that's not it. They got wasted with Peter all the time, and he was
Yeah,
taking
and they
his
don't
own
work
fun.
there
That's not good at
anymore
all.
and
Yeah.
haven't for a while.
But he was
Because
never
of
made a boss. He was never made
what
a boss.
happened with him and Rachel. I'm
Oh,
gonna
how
do
he.
a video on it.
Okay.
Because I said it before. I called it earlier. I called the whole situation with Peter and Rachel. I called it. I had weirdos in my comment section. Some people I had to remove. I called it earlier. And then shout out to one of my candy canes was like, oh, I want you to do a video on Peter not being asked back and about what Lisa said about the Me Too movement and everything. And I was like, yes. Because
I know exactly what you're talking about because I said that too. And I had a lot of people. I had people say the same thing to me.
They're like, he's such a nice guy. I'm like,
don't
and
say
what's
that,
your point?
Natasha. You blah blah blah. I'm like, are we gonna pretend like that's normal or what?
Exactly, or what? And then all of a sudden he doesn't get really asked back. That was their polite way of firing him.
It's like, oh, don't say that, blah blah blah. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, are we being real or no? Like, I wasn't aware. Like, because I'm pretty sure that that's not cool under any circumstances.
I mean,
in any circumstances, and that's
and
why
and they're not 20 either. This isn't like college. The man's almost 40. Like,
it doesn't, and it doesn't. Even if you're 20 years old, it's still wrong.
That's still wrong too. So it's like
wrong. I don't care how old you are. Or what allegedly maybe did happen was wrong.
Like, no one. Yeah. Go home. Walk her to the door. Shut the door. She's safe. Bye-bye.
Exactly.
Do you two think he's attractive in terms of looks?
No.
Wait, who's attractive?
Peter.
Ugh. Ugh. No. What are you talking about? Why would you even think that? Why would you even ask me that? I'm mad at you.
I'm trolling.
I'm mad at you, Adam. Why would you?
No, you were serious, Adam.
I'm serious. Don't lie.
You were 100% serious.
That was a real question.
Absolutely.
I'm mad at you.
I was trolling anyway. But in terms of Beverly Hills, we got some good news today, and that's that the person who got fired he wasn't on this season, has made it clear that she never wants to come back, and you know what? No one's gonna bloody miss her.
Yeah.
AKA Lisa Rinna said on the Jennifer Hudson show that Beverly Hills has no.
I'll do that story now because I actually had that story prepped. So while we're on, let me just go ahead and do it.
And you got the clip, right?
All right, you guys. Duh. Stay down. Stay down. Okay. Let me get it together. Don't leave, you guys. I want you guys to stay. I just gotta find it. I'm losing my mind because it's so late. Okay, here we go. Okay, 1 second. Oh my goodness, you guys. 1 second. All right, you guys. So Lisa Rinna addresses if she'd ever return to the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and shares what the show taught her. Now, this is on the heels of Anna Marie Wiley coming out and saying that it's official. She has been fired, that she was a one-hit wonder, and she will not be returning to the show. So before we dive into Lisa Rinna and what she had to say, I'm going to show you guys how even going out, Anna Marie Wiley was lying and how she kind of got exposed for lying about her time on the show and what she was doing. So let's first look at that, and then we will look into what Lisa Rinna had to say. All right. So this was her statement about leaving the show. She says, I just got word today that I will not be returning to the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. To say that I'm disappointed is an understatement. I never auditioned for this show. The show found me and asked me to be on it out of the blue 6 weeks after the cast had already started filming. I was thrown into filming 2 weeks later, mid-season. I was very excited about the opportunity, and I thought following exactly what I was instructed to do throughout filming last season was the way the quote game was played. Listening to what I was instructed to do was my rookie mistake. What I am disappointed about is that the fans never got to see the real me or even a glimpse of my unique life story. Contrary to what was shown on TV, I am not obsessed with the esophagus. LOL. Number one, you're a grown adult. Please stop using LOL. Number two, why are you so defensive? I never auditioned for this show. I didn't want it. Blah, blah, blah. Girl, let it go. You came, you flopped, it's over. Bow out gracefully. Like, nobody is asking you for a dissertation. Nobody asked for this, because she continues. And I'm also going to tell you where I caught her in a lie, but let me know if you catch it first. What I am is a woman, a proud Black woman who is truly blessed with a wonderful, strong Black man as my husband, who lifts me and our 4 wonderful children up with so much love and positivity on a daily. Girl, bye. Your husband said that you were an 8.5 at best across the board. That's not lifting you up with love and positivity. That's keeping your low self-esteem all the way in check. That keeps you just good enough, but not quite good enough, trying to earn his love, earn his validation, earn being worthy of him. That is garbage. That keeps your self-esteem in the trash can, which is exactly where he wants it. It's not overtly emotionally abusive. It's covertly emotional abusive. You're good enough, but you're actually not good enough. That's what 8.5 is. Boo-boo. Girl, bye. Get some therapy. Also, I wouldn't be putting your husband in any type of context right now with the allegations against him. You might want to curb all of that stuff. And I hate it as a Black woman. Don't now try to be like, I am a proud Black woman with a proud Black man. Leave it out of that. Us as the community, we're not asking you for all that. Pipe down. Pipe down. Stop it. Leave race out of it right now, sweetheart. It has nothing to do with that. Pipe all the way down. Anyway, let's keep going. It was an important mission of mine for the next season to show a solid Black family unit and that, quote, true Black love exists. Listen, you're not what we are claiming as true Black love. Your husband has a lot of allegations of a lot of horrible things about him. You have zero self-esteem the way he treats you and talks to you in the whole situation. You look like you had Stockholm syndrome the entire time, like wink twice if you need help, girl. Nobody's asking you to be the blueprint of true Black love. Like, be quiet, sit down, like, stop. Anyway, that true Black love exists. It does exist, and we know that. Even in Beverly Hills. Yes, we know that too. My struggle with losing my mother to lung cancer within weeks of taping, and my struggle with adoption trauma and what was going to be and still will be a new life journey for me to find my biological parents, all of which was taped but never shown last season, ... among other things. I'm confused, and I feel bad talking about this because it's somebody's mother, it's cancer, and it's death, and all of those things are just really sensitive things. And like, I know my place, and it's really not my place to talk about somebody's mother or cancer, but I'm confused because on the reunion, didn't she say that her mother had just been diagnosed with cancer when she started taping the show, and that she didn't tell anybody because she wanted to compartmentalize taping the show and what was going on with her mother? And it seemed like her loss, and I still have my mother, thank God. but it seemed like the loss of her mother was super fresh at the reunion, in the sense of like it kind of had like just happened. But now in the post, she's saying that losing her mother to lung cancer within weeks of taping. The timeline isn't timelining. The math isn't mathing. And again, I want to be very sensitive because it's somebody's mother, it's cancer, she's passed away. So I'm not trying to overstep my bounds. I'm trying to know what my place is in this. But I'm just saying it's not making any sense. You said you didn't tell anybody when you were filming. Even Erica co-signed it and was like, yeah, she didn't say anything because you wanted to cover her to mentalize and that your mother was going through it while you were filming. But now you're saying that was a whole storyline you wanted to show and it was taped. I'm confused. I'm not going to ask the questions of like, well, when did your mother pass? That's getting too dark. But again, Anna Maria, even with you leaving the show, you're still caught in lies and things that simply don't make any sense. I don't want to go too far down that road. I'm just sending love and light to her mother, anybody with cancer, anybody with a family member. I say that respectfully. But girl, your math ain't mathin'. It made 0, 0, 0 sense. Okay. To the fans that saw the past, what was portrayed, and saw the real me, thank you so much for the love and support. I wish all the ladies good luck on the next season, and thank you, Bravo, for the opportunity. As an athlete, we don't care that you're an athlete. Shut up. Challenges only make you stronger and more determined to prosper. I'm excited for the new opportunities ahead that celebrate positivity, truth, authenticity, and the values I truly align with. Until we meet again, thank you, Anna Marie. Girl, what confuses me is how housewives, not all of them, but some of them, they love to say, I never auditioned for the show. The show is so toxic. It's so fake. But yet they're so pressed because they're no longer a part of it. Like, pick a side. You're girl, bye. With that being said, let's see if Lisa Rinna is making a return in light of Anna Marie's firing. So Lisa Rinna is addressing if she's coming back and what we all should know. So this is according to Reality Blurb. Dun, 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 dun. So this says, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills just recently finished its last season. Many fans have been wondering if Lisa Rinna would return for the upcoming edition. Now she's weighing in on the possibility of coming back to Bravo. Fans will recall that Lisa made a cameo in season 4 of the show before officially joining the next year. However, after years on the show, she sent a resignation letter to the bosses of Bravo in 2023. During her time on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Lisa was regarded as a troublemaker. Now, we are going to put on our candy cane thinking caps. I still don't buy the fact that Lisa resigned from The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. In my humble opinion, the chick was fired. I know that there was this weird like screenshot of some resignation letter to the people at NBC, but again, none of it made any sense because if you were in the biz, number one, you would never quit. You would have your agents quit, talk to them. The same way they negotiate the contracts, they would negotiate that. You wouldn't just send an email to the executives of NBC being like, thanks for the party, bye. None of that made any sense. And also, the quote resignation letter came so much after everything went down. Or again, I'm always like, if you have these receipts, you show them in the heat of the moment. You don't wait months to do some Photoshop and get a receipt. Like, girl, bye, stop it. Now, during a guest appearance on the Jennifer Hudson show, Jennifer talked to Lisa about a variety of topics, but the question many fans have is if she'll return to Beverly Hills. And responding to Jennifer, Lisa said, no, never, no, I wouldn't. But listen, I'm grateful for the experience. I think that it has made me a better actor because I'm acting again. Again, the people who get kicked off of the shows always try to talk about how fake it is, how it's made her a better actor. But yet, if they were asking you back, girl, I'm sure you would be back. You're just saying no because you know that you're not getting asked back. The audience laughed at that comment. Lisa then responded, I'm not kidding. You laugh, but it's true. I think it made me a better actor. Working with those women, going that experience, I just did a movie called Mommy Meanest, which I trained for 8 years on that show. Lisa continued, I definitely did. I had a lot to pull from. After working for 8 years on that show. You know, different psychologies of different women. I would never come across that if I hadn't done that show. I'm grateful for that show. I'm the person I am today because of it, but I'll never go back. So you're happy that you did 8 years on a TV show to prepare you for one Lifetime movie called Mommy Meanest? Girl, bye. Though Lisa was a fan favorite for many seasons, I don't know who thinks that, not me. She has said before that she hated her last season on the series. Unfortunately, many fans fell out of love with her towards the end of her time there. However, as she said in the preview clip from the Jennifer Hudson show, Lisa has been acting again. Besides the work she mentioned, Lisa was recently in the American Horror Story show on Hulu. Additionally, she was on the cover of Cosmo. Girl, Lisa be Lisa-ing. Lisa be Lisa-ing. I have the clip and we're going to watch it. Now, I'm going to say a couple of things. Number one, like I said, I think Lisa Rinna was fired. I don't think she resigned. I think that if Beverly Hills would have her back, she would take it back in a heartbeat because I do think that was the biggest and main check in her household. I do think that Lisa Rinna was acting when she was on the show. I think she was manipulating and lying and was the actual puppet master on a lot of situations. And I do think she was acting. I don't think we've ever really seen the real Lisa. I think she's much meaner and darker than we've ever seen. And think about what we have seen. So I do think she was acting for what she was saying and stirring the pot and lying. But that right there just shows you how manipulative she was being. She said it herself. And then what do you guys think about Jennifer Hudson? I'm not trying to be too shady with Jennifer, but how did she get a talk show? Let me stop. Watch the clip and y'all let me know what you guys think. Okay, here we go.
Let's look at this Cosmo cover, honey. Do y'all see this?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
my
was
goodness.
fun. That was something. You know, I don't want to say that I'm the oldest, but I'm the oldest woman to ever be on the cover of Cosmo. How about that?
How did that feel?
Well, it felt amazing. It felt so amazing. First, I couldn't believe it when my publicist, Jeffrey, called me. I was like, you're lying. Like, they don't put a 60-year-old woman on the cover of Cosmo. They just don't. And he's like, well, now they do.
Now they do.
So what I loved about it, and when I called Harry and told him about it, I said, it's like it moves the needle for women.
Yes.
It moves the needle.
Open the door.
It just makes it okay all of a sudden. It's like, you know, my idols, Cher and Madonna.
Ooh, good idols.
Look at these women and Demi Moore. I think they're just doing it so beautifully, and they reinvent themselves, and they look amazing, and they're doing what they love, and their ages are not 25. And I love that so much.
Yes.
So this was my moment of like, yeah.
You lived in that moment. You did that.
It's
you
good,
owned
right?
that. Baby, that is everything.
Thank you.
And now, you've done a ton of things in your career, in your life. What's something you've done that you would never do again? Do you have anything?
I don't have anything.
You don't have anything?
No, because you know why? And listen, I've made mistakes. And I have regrets to the sense that I might not have liked my behavior in something, and then I will apologize for it, or I will self-reflect and know that. But I wouldn't change anything because I am who I am because of what I've been through.
Right.
Good, bad, ugly. I mean, isn't it the truth?
That
It's
is
just
true.
the truth. So I can't say that I regret anything. I think that taking risks is a really good thing. And the more risks you take, the better your life is. And that's what I try to teach my kids. I'm like, take the risk.
Yeah.
If it scares you, do it.
Do it.
Yeah.
I heard a wow.
Wow, right?
Yes.
I mean, we play it safe, you know? And again, life is short.
Yes,
So
it is.
get out there and do it, do it, do it. If you think, maybe I want to try this, try it.
Yeah.
You can always say, I don't like it, or I loved it. But if you don't try it, how are you going to know? I mean, I know so many people that just do one thing.
Right.
Like they do their career, they raise their family, which is amazing. But what if there's something that you go, gosh, I would really love to do that. Well, why don't just try it?
Right.
Just do
Try
it.
Wouldn't
Try
hurt
it.
to try.
So I love that.
Okay. Would you ever do Housewives again?
No,
No?
never.
Oh, okay.
No, I wouldn't.
She wasn't
No.
talking much there.
But
No.
listen, I'm grateful for the experience.
Uh-huh.
I think that it has made me a better actor because I'm acting again.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. You laugh, but it's true. I think it made me a better actor working with those women, going through that experience. I just did a movie called Mommy Meanest, which I trained for 8 years on that show. I definitely did. And I had a lot to pull from. I have a lot to pull from after working for 8 years on that show.
And you
You know,
use it.
different psychologies of different women. I never would have come across that if I hadn't done that show. I am grateful for that show. I'm the person I am today because of it, but I'll never go back.
All right.
Nope, I did it. Did it, done it, saw the movie.
If you like this video, smash that like button and subscribe to the Jennifer Hudson Show YouTube channel. Check your local listings or visit jenniferhudsonshow.com to see when you can watch full episodes in your area.
So there you had it, out of the horse's mouth. She's never coming back. And yeah, she just admitted it was all fake. She was acting the entire time and she's over it because they're not asking her back. So I want to know what you guys think. What do you think about Lisa Rinna not returning, not being asked back? What do you think about Anna Marie Wiley being fired and seemingly shading the show while wanting to be asked back, while being all over the place? And maybe caught in a weird lie about her mother? I don't know. And are you watching and will you be watching the next season? And if so, who do you want to return and who do you not want to return? So put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, any last words, Adam?
I'm
Natasha
happy.
left. She probably went to sleep.
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't got the ad problem that apparently happens with the pop culture. I don't know. I still got them, but it wasn't like so frequent. It was like once every 10 minutes or something. But I'm just glad. I mean, the Lisa Vanderpump clip I sent you earlier today. I mean, that was, she was like, when they were like, Vanderpump, would you ever come back now? Rinna's finally gone, and she was like, and then she said, "You're kind of on the one track, on the right track. There's just a few more who need to go." I mean, to me, I actually liked Rinna for her first 4 seasons, but her last 4, I didn't like her. And you know, I just think, quite frankly, her time had come. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of think with her, it kind of was the same formula, and just outdated. But with 8.5, I mean, Bravo and Kyle Richards' buddies, because they run that production company, need to stop casting these one and done cast. I mean, you and I said from the get go, as soon as we saw what this person was about, this person was going to be a one and done.
Right.
I mean, to me, it's so whack, and it's just so, you know, we already had the Beg, who, you know, was just nasty and horrible.
Yeah.
And you know, having people like this, I think it's kind of, some people, I'm you know, I'm not trying to make a mock of this or anything, but some people just aren't wired up, and she just wasn't wired up for this show, let alone a lot of things. I mean, the whole esophagus obsession. I mean, I don't mind people saying lol, but using, you know, for a medical profession to use lol and esophagus in the same sentence, that just seemed very weird to me. You know, and as much as much as I don't like Kyle Richards, because she is a lot of things, as we know,
Mhm.
and I feel that the production, because they're her buddies, are messy. But she
Yeah.
effectively is, in other words, is saying, I wish I was back, but I was this whole thing, was out of proportion, and I filmed this, I filmed that, and like it's just like, you didn't say this, honey. Like you literally went out of your way to make your medical profession justification to reveal this whole outburst of such. And even you said Erica said at the reunion that she didn't mention anything about this until, because the whole cast, that she's trying to imply that the whole cast at the reunion when they didn't. It just doesn't add up.
Yeah.
And to me, it's just, people 8.5, Tom's former lover, whatever you want to call her, with the stupid podcasts that she hired, these lawyers and what have, these types of people just aren't wired up for television. And it's just, I kind of think, like how when you apply for jobs now, like you have like AI detection and what have you. I kind of think they should have kind of like an entertainment kind of assessment AI thing. I don't know, maybe some software that Google will develop in the future, because literally, but saying that, you and I called this from the get-go with 8.5 that she was going to be a one and done. And two, with Rinna, she was always problematic, but she just made it ugly. Like, and this is the thing that kind of, I think, with, as you were saying, with the scandal not being fake and stuff, but she was one of the masterminds trying to ignite things and take things out of proportion intentionally. And I just think, her saying the words "never I do," I mean, I don't want her on. I mean, maybe you and I would want her on when we're like living in the year 3000 or something. But but to me, her saying the words "never," I mean, what does that do? If I was in her position, I would just say something like, it's not for me for now, and just be. But she kind of always wants to make a statement to make it look like she's better than the show. And Vanderpump said it best in the clip I sent you earlier today. The money they make on that show, they would not leave. And as you said, she will return in a heartbeat. And I just think it's what you said also was quite valid, in the sense that all these people who get fired or are given some dead contracts always kind of show that they actually want to be back on the show some way, form, or the other.
Oh, of course.
They don't make it. They're not even diplomatic. They're just like, oh, it was fun.
She just basically had a temper tantrum.
Exactly.
I did an audition for this show. They found me and I was thrown in and I did what I was told. Like, girl, just bow out gracefully. Just say, I'm so grateful for the opportunity. I met some lifelong friends. Can't wait to see you guys next time. Thank you for just graceful. She had to throw in, I'm a Black woman. I got my Black man. I want it Black. Like, shut up. This is not BLM. Like, nobody's asking for all that jizzo jazz. Like, just, Anna Marie, you're a flop. Just take it. Take the L. You were a flop, point blank, period. Don't bring anything or anybody else into the situation. You flopped. Let it go. And the only person you took instructions from was Kyle. That is where you messed up. You should have just came on the show with your own quirky, weird personality self, been yourself, made your own relationships with the women, and not go on as Kyle's mouthpiece. That has nothing to do with all this other extra stuff she's talking about. She just should, if she wanted to throw a temper tantrum, she should have said, I shouldn't have come on the show as Kyle's mouthpiece. I should have came on the show and been myself.
100%.
That's what she should have said.
I mean,
but the rest of it was just a bunch of malarkey.
I mean, to be honest with you, getting rid of 8.5 is one thing, but they need to do a complete rebalance on that show. I mean, about 3 of them can go as well. I mean,
Dorit and Crystal and Kyle.
Yeah. I mean, definitely the first two. The first two only give off friend-off energy. And I think, as we said last time, you know, I want to actually see people who are entertaining. And to me, it's not kind of been like that for a long time. You know, I want someone who kind of is, you know, not a clone of her, because then it kind of comes as fake, but someone like Lisa Vanderpump, someone like Kenya Moore, and that's what I want from all these shows. But I mean, I haven't even been watching really the other franchises that religiously, but someone sent me the Potomac reunion trailer, and there was literally dead silence. That's how bad. It's just like, it wasn't
Night,
even
Miss
worth
T,
my
love
time.
you, thank you.
Night, Miss T.
I gotta go too.
It wasn't even worth my time. I don't know, but I mean, I just think, I mean, maybe the Valley will get a season 2, but I still think that show still screams kind of like breakdown depression. like to me, there's just something with that show that's very odd. But I am super hyped for April 1st because that's Vanderpump Villa, and I'm looking forward to hearing your critiques on it, your thoughts. You know, to me, the trailer looked good, and you know, as I say, don't always judge a book by its cover, but the trailer, you know, actually made me feel like, okay, yeah, this has got literally the balance of drama, funkiness, and something that's a little kooky.
Love it.
But yeah, I better go as well, because literally it's now 3 a.m. here.
Yeah.
But I rate it. I see on the timer now, 4 hours and 2 minutes. Thank you for hustling.
Yes.
I hope you get over your cough and cold, like, you know, this weather and
me
this
too.
season. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the upcoming lives, and on upcoming lives, and more FMKs.
Sounds good. Thank you, Adam. Love you. And thank you, Natasha, for coming up.
Take care, Candy.
You too,
Thank you.
sweetheart. You're
Bye.
welcome. And shout out to Miss T, my mod, for holding me down. LY, Amy, Pat, Irene, Tay Tay. Who else has been in the chat? Joanne, what is up? Adam, all, of course. Trisha, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you. This has been so much fun. As always, take care of yourself and each other. Be well. I love you guys. Have a safe and happy weekend. I love you. Bye.